Chapter 790. Going out to search for supplies was accompanied by great risks. Once they encountered the corpse race, a conflict was bound to break out. Take this time, for example. A team of 6 people went out, and in the end, only Yuan Xiang was left alive. After a while, Lu Yi barely understood the current situation of the peerless continent. The human race was in danger and struggling to survive. The corpse race was strong and difficult to provoke. "Tell me about your stronghold," Lu Yi said. Stronghold. Yuan Xiang was lost in her memories. "Our stronghold is not big, and there are not many people. There are only about 200 people. The strongest among them is Senior Zuishan, and the stronghold is also under his control." As Yuan Xiang spoke, Lu Yi and Ingwuji also learned about the situation at the stronghold. In the apocalypse, many people gathered together to stay warm, so strongholds of all sizes were born. Some strongholds might have a few dozen or so. Some had hundreds. But at most, there would be no more than 1,000 people. That was why Yuan Xiang said that the place where Lu Yi and the others were staying was also a stronghold. Of course, the premise was that Lu Yi was telling the truth. Moreover, due to various sudden crises, the location of the stronghold was not fixed. If the stronghold's location exploded, if the stronghold was discovered by the corpse race, they needed to move as soon as possible. Otherwise, there would be a disaster. Ingwuji was puzzled. "It's not easy to survive. Why don't you all work together? Instead, you want to spread out?" Lu Yi looked at him like he was an idiot. Ingwuji was a little angry. "What? Am I wrong?" Yuan Xiang smiled bitterly and said, "Actually, I've thought about this before. I asked Uncle Yu before, and Uncle Yu said that although joining forces could increase one's strength, correspondingly the target was also big and very dangerous. If that was the case, it would definitely attract a lot of factory races encirclement. If they were to spread out like this, although they were alone, it would be easier to hide and—" She paused for a moment before continuing. "Uncle Yu said that in this chaotic world, people's hearts are unpredictable. Even if they are all humans, they will fight for good things in the wild. So, no one can guarantee that others will be of the same mind as them. Maybe some strongholds have the same goal and will work together, but it is completely impossible to link all the strongholds of the peerless continent together." Ingwuji frowned, not refuting. Although he had come to the Wushuang continent, he was not a native cultivator after all. He had never experienced the beating of life, so it was difficult for him to understand the complicated feelings of the cultivators in this world. This world was much more dangerous than any of the secret realms he had experienced before. But then again, this could be seen from the lineup that Tianji had prepared for them. The top 6 of the Cloudy River hegemony rankings were all present, and he, the 16th ranked ghost cultivator, was also present. There was also a gifted physique cultivator and a medical cultivator, a total of 9 people. If such a team could truly work together, sweeping through the entire Cloudy River battlefield would not be a problem. With such a lineup, the trouble to be solved would definitely not be small. Then, what about the arcane realm? Lu Yi asked. Previously, when he saved the man with the surname Yu, the latter seemed to have mistaken him for being from some mystic realm. Back then, Lu Yi hadn't asked about it in detail. Now that things had come to this, it was only natural for him to find out more about it. Mystic realm. Yuan Xiang suddenly revealed a yearning expression. "That is the holy land that all humans yearn for. I heard that the people there live a completely different life from us. They are the same as they were 1,000 years ago. They can live peacefully, and the cultivation resources they have are endless." When she said this, Yuan Xiang's expression was like that of a poor child describing the luxurious life of a rich merchant. Luxurious. After her explanation, Lu Yi finally understood what the 2 words arcane realm meant in the Wushuang continent. The arcane realm here was not fundamentally different from the arcane realms he knew. Strictly speaking, they were all small spaces that were independent of the native world. There were many arcane realms in the 9 states. Whether it was the immortal Essence City that Lu Yi had been to, the 10,000 Beasts realm, or the Soaring Dragon realm, they were all arcane realms. These arcane realms were vast inside and were dependent on the environment of the 9 states. Yet they could exist independently and were not usually visible to the outside world. The Wushuang continent used to have extremely prominent sections. These sects naturally had their own arcane realms. These arcane realms were either used to herd spirit beasts, cultivate spirit plants and spirit herbs, or used for disciples to train themselves. However, after the changes in the heavens, even those large sects were destroyed. Although the sects were destroyed, the arcane realms were preserved. The disciples who were in good spirits hid in them. As time passed, there were constantly people who came to the arcane realm and gathered there to avoid the corpse clan. Pursuit. In the beginning, the human clan of the Wushuang continent occupied a lot of arcane realms. However, as time passed, the corpse clan of the corpse clan was destroyed. Many secret realms were discovered and destroyed by the corpse clan. Now, there were only 3 secret realms under the control of the human clan. They were the Meru Mountain Arcane Realm, the Ziwei Dao Palace Arcane Realm, and the Silver Snake Valley Arcane Realm. Compared to the chaos and hardships outside, the Arcane Realm could be said to be the last pure land of the Wushuang continent. It also preserved the essence of the human clan in this realm. The cultivators in the Arcane Realm would often go out to hunt the corpse clan. However, after so many years, they did not enter this world much. They were still firmly controlled by the corpse clan. For example, the small stronghold that Yuanxiang was in could only hide in the east. Therefore, after seeing Lu Yi kill the corpse clan with one strike, the man surnamed Yu mistakenly thought that he was from one of the 3 arcane realms, in a certain house, because to have such strength at such a young age, it was definitely not something that could be nurtured by a stronghold like theirs that could barely survive. Only those who came from the arcane realm had such a foundation, and after Lu Yi casually handed over an excellent antidote pill to him, he was even more certain of this conjecture. Unfortunately, Lu Yi did not admit to this matter. The arcane realm is so beautiful. Why don't you go to those arcane realms? Ingwu Ji could not help but ask, and he carefully glanced at Lu Yi. Fortunately, Lu Yi did not look at him like he was an idiot this time. Who doesn't want to go? Yuanxiang smiled bitterly. Now, all the humans living in the Wushuang continent dream of entering the arcane realm. But who can go? Not to mention that there is no guide. Even if we go, we won't be able to find the entrance to the arcane realm. Even if we do find it, we might not be able to enter. We might even be killed. Ingwu Ji frowned. Why is that? In the beginning, the human clan of the Wushuang continent controlled many arcane realms. All the arcane realms opened their doors wide. Anyone who went to the arcane realm would be accepted. But the arcane realm was only a small world, and its capacity was limited. If there were too many people living in the arcane realm, the resources would definitely not be able to keep up. So gradually, the arcane realm no longer accepted outsiders. In particular, I heard that there was an arcane realm where people from different sects fought for control of the arcane realm. In the end, both sides suffered great losses, and the corpse clan took advantage of this and slaughtered everyone. So now, it is extremely difficult to enter the arcane realm. Is there no other way to enter the arcane realm? Lu Yi asked. From the moment he was transported from the 9 provinces to the Wushuang continent, a message exploded in Lu Ye's heart. It was the mission given to him by Tianji: save the broken Wushuang continent. If he wanted to do this, he would have to borrow the power of the arcane realm. So if he could enter the arcane realm, it would be easier to do things in the future. Yuanxiang looked like a girl without any scheming thoughts. Even when facing people like Lu Yi and Ingwu Ji, she would answer all of them. Lu Yi naturally wanted to find out more information from her. Of course there is. Yuanxiang nodded. This is also the only hope for the survival of the human race. It is said that the 3 great arcane realms will send out emissaries to search for suitable people to join the arcane realm every once in a while. 3 years ago, a few people from our stronghold were selected and taken away, but this kind of thing can't be actively sought. We can only wait passively, and even if we wait for them to come, they might not be selected. Hearing this, Ingwu-ji nodded. It seems that the people of the 3 great arcane realms didn't go too far. They still left a glimmer of hope for others. They might not be willing to do this, Lu Yi said thoughtfully. Yuan Xiang looked at Lu Yi in surprise. Senior Drunken Mountain said so before. Drunken Mountain, he was the controller of Yuan Xiang's stronghold, and he should be the strongest. It seemed that Yuan Xiang had a lot of respect for him. What did Senior Drunken Mountain say? Lu Yi asked. Although he had some guesses in his heart, they were still guesses in the end. Senior Drunken Mountain said that if the 3 great arcane realms didn't do this, there would definitely be many humans looking for their door every year. At that time, it might attract the attention of the corpse race, and then bring some trouble to the 3 great arcane realms. Therefore, the 3 great arcane realms used this method to give all the remaining humans a glimmer of hope. Lu Yi nodded slightly. It seemed that the person called Drunken Mountain had the same thoughts as him. But then again, this couldn't be said to be the fault of the 3 great arcane realms. Just as Yuan Xiang had said, the secret realm was only a small world after all. Even if it was independent of the unparalleled continent, its capacity was limited. There was no way to accept all the humans. Sending out emissaries to find some suitable candidates to bring back to the secret realm. Firstly, it would give the remaining humans hope that they wouldn't do something that would harm both sides. Secondly, it would also strengthen the secret realm. The power of the secret realm could be said to be killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Is there anything worth paying attention to in the corpse race? Lu Yi roughly understood the situation on the human side, so the next thing he needed to understand was naturally the corpse race. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Corpse race. Right now, the corpse race is everywhere in the unparalleled continent. If there's anything worth paying attention to, then it would be the secret realm of the Palace of Turbid Heaven, which is also the place with the most corpse race. I heard that the first corpse race, the Golden Corpse King, was originally a disciple of the Palace of Turbid Heaven, and is now entrenched there. Lu Ye's heart skipped a beat. You mean there's a secret realm in the Palace of Turbid Heaven? Chapter 791. That's right. Yuan Xiang nodded. I heard that Pure Heaven Temple used to be the most powerful sect in the world, and that sealed world was also the largest of all the sealed worlds. Unfortunately, it has now been reduced to a place for the corpse race to raise corpses. It is said that the Golden Corpse King even changed the name of Pure Heaven Temple to Corpse King Palace. Hearing this, Lu Yi had a thoughtful look on his face as he faintly had some ideas in his heart. Along the way, Yuan Xiang Zhu, who was ignorant of worldly affairs, spilled the beans and told them all the information that he knew. Lu Yi and Ingwu-ji would ask questions from time to time, but most of the time they would listen quietly. On the second day of entering the Peerless Continent, Lu Yi finally understood a little about the situation here. We're almost at our stronghold. Yuan Xiang, who was leading the way, suddenly turned into a streak of light and descended. Lu Yi and Ingwu-ji followed closely behind. After landing on the ground, Yuan Xiang continued to walk forward. Lu Yi looked around. This place was deep in the mountains, hidden and remote. Almost all of the human race's strongholds were located in places that were not easily discovered. This way, they could avoid the detection of the omnipresent corpse race. Once the location of a stronghold was exposed, they could either kill the corpse race that discovered the stronghold or move immediately. Otherwise, disaster would befall them. The location of Yuan Xiang's stronghold was obviously not bad. The group had already settled down here for more than 10 years without being discovered by the corpse race. According to the information that Yuan Xiang had divulged, there were 2 types of corpses. Under normal circumstances, the rotting corpses would not move. They would choose a place that suited them and enter a state of suspended animation to nourish the corpses under their command. Ingwu Ji had encountered such a situation before. On the corpse race's side, this method was called corpse raising. The corpse race's corpse race had a complex origin and varied strength. Only in this way could the corpse race slowly grow stronger. The ones that moved around and hunted the human race were zombies. Relatively speaking, their individual strength was much stronger than rotten corpses, and their bodies were tough and tough. Ordinary methods could not cause them effective damage. On the current peerless continent, there were tens of thousands of human race strongholds. As long as they could avoid the detection of zombies, they could basically sit back and relax. Of course, if they were unlucky enough to be attacked by rotten corpses, they could only wait for death. During the past 1,000 years, the remaining human beings had been trying to survive in the cracks and had come up with many effective ways to deal with the undead. Lu Yi, who was walking behind Yuan Xiang, suddenly paused. In the next instant, Ingwu Ji also stopped and looked around. Yuan Xiang turned around and looked at the two of them. The stronghold is just ahead. Her expression was very unnatural, and her face was a little red. Her gaze was evasive, as if she had done something wrong. Even her voice was as weak as a mosquito. Lu Yi and Ingwu Ji turned a deaf ear. Ingwu Ji suddenly laughed. "I thought you were innocent and kind, but it turns out that you are hiding evil intentions. I really didn't expect that in this world the hearts of people are so old." He couldn't help shaking his head as he glanced at Lu Yi mockingly. "It's a waste to call you an array Dao Grandmaster, invincible among your peers. Can't you see anything?" Lu Yi didn't say anything. His left and right thumbs gently stroked the scabbard of the mountain pan saber as he calmly looked at Yuan Xiang, who wasn't far away. Yuan Xiang's expression became even more unnatural. "Yuan Xiang, retreat!" Suddenly, a fierce shout came from nearby. An invisible force seemed to grab Yuan Xiang from behind, and as she cried out in alarm, she was sent flying. In the next instant, ripples appeared in the air, and the scenery around them changed. A thick fog surged out of nowhere, covering a large area. In an instant, the place where Lu Yi and Ingwu Ji were standing became pitch black. A formation, and it was a combination of an illusory formation and a bewildering formation. Yuan Xiang didn't put up any defenses against Lu Yi and Ingwu Ji at all. She looked innocent and naive, and answered almost all of their questions. So even Lu Yi didn't expect that she would put herself and Ingwu Ji in the same formation. This kind of formation was definitely not hastily made. It was prepared long ago, and might not have been targeted at Lu Yi and Ingwu Ji. It was a method of self-defense for the cultivators of the stronghold. Even though they didn't notice it beforehand, Lu Yi was a member of the Fong clan. So, when they stepped into the dragon grass formation, it was even more obvious. Ingwu Ji was a bit slower to notice it. He only noticed it after Lu Yi suddenly stopped. For ghost cultivators, the Dao formations was a necessary path to cultivate, because when ghost cultivators became strong, they might need to sneak into formations to kill their targets. A qualified ghost cultivator must have good attainments in the Dao of formations. Ingwu Ji's attainments in the Dao of formations were naturally not as good as Lu Ye's, but they weren't too bad either. The girl was currently trapped in a bewildering formation, an illusory formation, and Ingwu Ji, omnipotent Mao Zhou, had also hidden a few killing formations. If they acted rashly, they would definitely trigger the power of those killing formations. Lu Yi, our situation isn't too good. Ingwu Ji had already taken out his 2 curved blades, and his heart was filled with shame. He had been in the cultivation world for many years. He never thought that one day he would be tricked by a little girl, and he didn't even notice it beforehand. "Do you want to do it, or should I?" he asked. If they wanted to leave this place, they definitely had to break through the formation. A formation cultivator from a broken world naturally wouldn't have high attainments. Ingwuji was confident that he could break through the formation. But if he moved, the other party would definitely trigger the power of the killing formation. When that time came, they would need Lu Yi to support and protect them. If he let Lu Yi break through the formation, then he would be the one supporting and protecting them. At this moment, Lu Yi had already activated the clear vision spiritual inscriptions to strengthen her eyes. Her gaze was deep and serene, as if it could pierce through the void and break through the layers of obstructions of the formation, allowing her to see the scene outside. Outside the formation, there were 4 more figures besides Yuan Xiang. The one in the lead was a cultivator wielding a sword. It was unknown whether or not he was a sword cultivator. "Where are Yu Zhen and the others? Who did you bring back?" The cultivator, who seemed to be a sword cultivator, asked. Yuan Xiang's eyes instantly reddened. "They're all dead." "What?" Everyone's expressions changed greatly. "Your team had 6 people, and Yu Zhen and the others were all quite strong. How did they all die?" Yuan Xiang said, "We encountered a very powerful zombie. Uncle Yu and the others weren't a match for it. 3 of them died on the spot. Uncle Yu was also poisoned by the origin corpse poison and died of his injuries. Aunt Shin didn't want to live alone, so she followed Uncle Yu." Recalling the painful memories, Yuan Xiang couldn't help but cry again. However, she suppressed her emotions and recounted what had happened. Everyone's expressions dimmed. In the apocalyptic world, life and death were normal. However, even though they were mentally prepared, when it really happened, they couldn't help but feel sad. "Then how did you survive?" "It was that person with the sword who saved me." Yuan Xiang pointed in the direction of the great formation. "When he saved us, Uncle Yu and Auntie Shin were still alive." Hearing this, everyone's expression softened. The sword-wielding cultivator glanced thoughtfully at the formation and said, "Do you know who they are?" Yuan Xiang sobbed a few times, suppressing the sorrow in her heart. "The one with the sword is called Lu Yi. The other one looks sneaky, and he's called Ingwuji. They're martial brothers. They claim to have come from a small stronghold. They've never left that stronghold before, so they know nothing about the outside world." "Know nothing?" The sword-wielding cultivator frowned. In this chaotic world, was there anyone who didn't know anything about the outside world? Seeing his confusion, Yuan Xiang said, "They should have a very powerful master who has always protected them well. They only came out of that stronghold a month ago when their master passed away." After a pause, she added, "Big Brother Wu, they saved my life, and they don't seem to be bad people. Don't make things too difficult for them, okay?" Just as Lu Yi had thought, the formation outside the stronghold was not specifically targeted at them. Instead, it was a precautionary measure for the stronghold, and cultivators were stationed outside the formation all year round. They were guarding against the invasion of the corpse race or other humans with ulterior motives. No matter how pure and kind Yuan Xiang's heart was, she knew that she could not casually lead strangers into the stronghold. However, she had seen Lu Ye's strength with her own eyes and knew that she was no match for him. Thus, she was extremely docile and cooperative along the way. After leading Lu Yi and Ingwuji into the formation, the others in the stronghold would thoroughly investigate their origins and determine their motives. If Lu Yi and Ingwuji truly had no ill intentions, then there was nothing to say. However, if they came with ill intentions, then the stronghold would have the upper hand. In the current peerless continent, it was not easy for humans to survive. Their enemies were not only the corpse race, but also many humans who had abandoned their own conscience and committed crimes. Comparatively speaking, the evil of the corpse race could be seen at a glance. However, the evil of humans was sometimes hidden very deeply. For thousands of years, it was common for strongholds to be massacred because of the evil deeds of their own kind. In the current chaotic world, no matter what it was resources, food, clothing, even the cultivators themselves, the most common thing in the flourishing age might be enough to make 2 humans fight to the death. Wu Jun said, "Since they saved your life, we naturally will not make things too difficult for them. However, we still have to wait for Senior Drunken Mountain to ask and let him make the decision." He comforted Yuan Xiang, but a fierce look flashed through his eyes. These two uninvited guests might be able to deceive Yuan Xiang, but if they wanted to deceive him, that would be impossible. No matter how small the stronghold was, no matter how well protected it was, it would not be completely ignorant of the current peerless continent. These two, there was definitely something wrong with them. Thus, no matter what, he had to take them down first. As for their origins and motives, it would not be too late to slowly investigate. Chapter 792. These two people were able to save Yuan Xiang from the zombies that had almost slaughtered the Zhen squad. Their strength must be extraordinary, but since they had entered the formation, pure strength was meaningless, so it shouldn't be difficult to take them down. Wu Jun thought so in his heart. Suddenly he heard a low cry. He hurriedly turned his head to look at a skinny old man. "Elder Su, what's wrong?" The reason why their stronghold could survive here for more than 10 years was because of Drunk Mountain's wise leadership. But the old man called Su Wang beside him also contributed greatly, because he was a formation cultivator. Many of the formations inside and outside the stronghold were set up by him. In this apocalyptic world, what was the most precious? Naturally, it was all kinds of outer path talents. Formation cultivators, pill cultivators, weapon refiners, sects that were very common in the Golden Age were now sparse. There weren't many who could achieve something in these outer paths. However, these external Daos were indispensable to cultivators. Spirit pills were needed when cultivating, formations were needed to protect the stronghold, and spirit weapons were needed for cultivators to kill enemies. None of these could be missing. The stronghold controlled by Drunk Mountain didn't look big, but it had various kinds of reputation. Within tens of thousands of miles, it was quite famous. Several nearby strongholds would often bring some materials to trade with them, exchanging them for some spirit pills, spirit weapons, and so on. As a result, the living environment of this stronghold was slightly better than other strongholds. Su Wang's seniority was quite high, and his reputation in the stronghold wasn't low. He had long passed the age of being surprised, but at this moment he exclaimed as if he had seen something incredible. They. Su Wang pointed at the area covered by the formation in front of him and couldn't finish his sentence for a while. But in the next moment, Wu Jun knew what Su Wang was shocked about. This was because two figures, one in front and one behind, walked out leisurely as if they were taking a stroll in a courtyard. The formation that had guarded the stronghold for more than 10 years didn't play any role in stopping or trapping the enemy. Those two people should be the uninvited guests who were trapped in the array. Wu Jun's eyes narrowed. The others' expressions also changed, and they all urged their spirit power to be on guard. Behind Lu Yi, Ingwuji didn't say a word. At this moment, he finally understood the difference between himself and Lu Yi on the path of formations. The gap between them, the formation that trapped them was not very advanced, and Ingwuji was able to do it. It wouldn't be difficult to see through some flaws and crack them. It would take some effort, but he followed Lu Yi, one step to the east, one step to the west. After a dozen or so steps, he actually walked out of the formation safely. During this period, he did not activate any killing arrays. Such a method clearly demonstrated his attainments in the array Dao. Lu Yi was miles ahead of him. This sudden turn of events left Wu Jun and the others at a loss. So far, they had never thought that there would be such a thing as for someone to be able to walk out of the activated array in such a manner. It was highly doubtful. Was the array broken? Looking at the rolling fog in the formation, it was obvious that it was still in operation. In the middle, this was not good. He didn't know whether this person was a friend or a foe. He had a preconceived notion. Wu Jun had always felt that these two people had ulterior motives. Could it be that they wanted to use force? However, once a battle broke out, if there was a corpse clan nearby, they would definitely, of course, they would be attracted here. Looking at the two people in front of him, the one with the saber was older than Yuanxiang. He was no more than 1 or 2 years old, but his expression was indifferent. His figure was like a pure lake. Although his aura was restrained, Wu Jun could still feel a faint sense of oppression from his body, as if that calm body contained an extremely terrifying power. The other one looked sneaky and didn't seem to be someone to be trifled with. He could only send a warning message and get the people in the stronghold to come out and help. Just as Wu Jun made up his mind, Ku Su Wang took 2 steps forward and cupped his hands politely. "This old man is Su Wang, greetings." "Greetings, young friends." "Elder Su." Wu Jun and the other 2 were stunned. Because of Su Wang's identity as an array cultivator in the stronghold, he was only below Zuishan. Although he was easygoing and wasn't harsh on people, Wu Jun had never seen him so polite. He was naturally stunned. Su Wang knew what he was thinking and waved his hand. He stared at Lu Yi and said, "This young friend was able to see through the formation's flaws without making a sound and walk out safely without breaking the formation. This old man admits defeat in his mastery of the formation Tao. To be able to break the formation he was so proud of so easily. This person's mastery of the formation Tao was definitely much higher than his. Such a person would definitely be treated as an honored guest, even if he went to those secret realms. Why would he set his eyes on a small stronghold like ours?" Su Wang's words were obviously for the others to hear. Wu Jun and the others were stunned. They never thought that Su Wang would give the newcomer such a high evaluation. It was somewhat unbelievable. But on second thought, they knew that Su Wang was right. The secret realms had strict requirements for accepting people. But if he was really an extremely accomplished array cultivator, the secret realms would probably not reject him. They wouldn't have any crooked ideas about their small stronghold. Could it be he was wrong before, and these 2 people really didn't know anything about the outside world? "Old sir, you're too kind," Lu Yi replied indifferently. "It seems that our misunderstanding has been resolved." He didn't care too much about Yuan Xiang's previous actions. From Yuan Xiang's standpoint, what she did was right. She couldn't just casually bring an outsider back to the stronghold. Moreover, these people didn't immediately kill him after the formation was activated. It was obvious that they planned to only capture him and not kill him. This little disturbance couldn't even be considered a grudge. "We were too sensitive, but this is a chaotic world. Please forgive us." Su Wang apologized and gestured with his hand. "You 2 are guests from afar. Why don't you come in for a chat?" He was already old and didn't have much longer to live. Although he had been searching for his successor in the stronghold all these years, he didn't find anyone with talent in the formation Tao. No matter how he taught them, a few brats couldn't even reach the level of elegance. If he could rope this Lu Yi into the stronghold, even if he died in the future, the stronghold's safety would be guaranteed. However, he only had this thought. He still needed to wait for Drunken Mountain to make a decision. Moreover, he had to first investigate these 2 people's temperaments. As for their origins, it wasn't that important. In this chaotic world, it was already difficult to survive. Who would investigate someone's background? As long as their temperament wasn't bad, they could be roped in. "All right," Lu Yi replied and walked forward. Ingwu hurriedly followed behind. If he was alone, he definitely wouldn't be so relaxed. Going deep into someone else's stronghold was still somewhat dangerous. However, with Lu Yi, he didn't need to think too much. He had to admit that Lu Yi always gave people a great sense of security. It made him subconsciously feel that even if there was a dragon's lair or a tiger's den ahead, Lu Yi could still kill them all. He was suddenly shocked. How did his mentality become like this? No, Lu Yi was from Grand Heaven Alliance. He was an enemy, not a friend that he could rely on. Ing Wuji secretly warned himself. His mood suddenly became inexplicably heavy. Su Wang personally led Lu Yi and Ing Wuji to the stronghold. Yuan Xiang accompanied them. She looked guilty and wanted to say something. However, she didn't say it in the end. Along the way, Su Wang casually asked about Lu Yi and Ning Wuji's origins. Lu Yi repeated what he said to Yuan Xiang. Su Wang didn't say anything. Naturally, he wouldn't believe it so easily. The location of the stronghold was less than 10 kilometers away from the formation. In front of an extremely hidden cave entrance, there were cultivators. It was guarded, and there was even a formation concealing it. Seeing Su Wang lead people over, one of them flashed out from the shadows and looked at Lu Yi and Ning Wuji in surprise. Elder Su, they are. Guests, there's no need to ask. Su Wang waved his hand. Yes. That person replied and hid in the shadows again. It could be seen that Su Wang had high prestige in the stronghold. Following Su Wang's actions, the concealed entrance to the stronghold was revealed. It was a dark cave, with dim firelight shining out from within. This way, please, Su Wang said and led the way. As soon as they entered the cave, they saw the light of torches. Every section of the path was illuminated by torches. They spiraled all the way down. Lu Yi estimated that they were at least 3,000 feet underground. Suddenly, a huge karst cave appeared in front of them. The karst cave was spacious, and there were many figures moving around inside. On both sides of the karst cave were carved stone rooms. Seeing Su Wang return, many people greeted him. At the same time, they looked curiously at Lu Yi and Ning Wuji. To them, outsiders had appeared in the stronghold a long time ago. A stronghold like theirs usually wouldn't let outsiders in easily. Lu Yi walked over and took a look. He roughly understood the overall strength of this stronghold. There weren't many people, and their overall strength wasn't strong. More than half of them were mortals who had never cultivated. In the current, unparalleled continent, it was already difficult for cultivators to survive, let alone mortals. However, mortals were the foundation of cultivators. Without mortals to give birth to children, where would there be cultivators? The children born between cultivators might not necessarily be suitable for cultivation. Although the remaining half were cultivators, their cultivation was uneven. Most of them were only equivalent to the spirit stream realm. A stronghold like this couldn't even compare to the weakest rank 9 sect in the 9 states. The lack of living materials made the mortals here look sallow and emaciated. Even the cultivators here were inferior to the people of the 9 states. This was something that Lu Yi had noticed the moment he met Yuan Xiang and the others. Therefore, at the same level of cultivation, the cultivators of the 9 states could completely defeat the cultivators here. He just didn't know what the cultivators who came from the secret realm that didn't lack resources were like. Su Wang led Lu Yi and Ning Wuji to an empty stone room. He said, "The two of you can rest here for a while. This old man will go find Drunk Mountain." He then instructed Yuan Xiang, "Greet the 2 guests before turning to leave. Brother Shen, MM." Shen Zhangqing walked on the road. When he met people he knew, he would greet them or nod to them. But no matter who it was, no one had any extra expression on their faces. It was as if they were indifferent to everything. To this, Shen Zhangqing was already used to it, because this was the Demon Suppression Department, an organization that maintained the stability of the Great Qin Empire. Their main duty was to kill demons and monsters. Of course, they also had other side jobs. It could be said that, in the Demon Suppression Department, everyone's hands were stained with a lot of blood. When a person was used to life and death, they would become indifferent to many things. When he first came to this world, Shen Zhangqing wasn't used to it. But as time passed, he got used to it. The Demon Suppression Department was very big. Those who could stay in the Demon Suppression Department were all powerful experts, or people who had the potential to become experts. Shen Zhangqing belonged to the latter. The Demon Suppression Department was divided into 2 occupations. One was the Guardian, and the other was the Demon Exorcist. Anyone who entered the Demon Suppression Department would start from the lowest level, the demon exorcist. Then they would advance step by step until they finally had the chance to become guardian. Shen Zhangqing's previous life was a demon exorcist trainee in the demon suppression department. He was also the lowest level demon exorcist trainee. He had the memories of his previous life. He was also very familiar with the environment of the demon suppression department. It didn't take long for Shen Zhangqing to stop in front of a loft. Different from the other places in the demon suppression department that were filled with killing intent, this loft was like a crane in a flock of chickens. In the demon suppression department that was filled with blood, it presented a different kind of tranquility. At this time, the loft's door was open. Occasionally, people would come in and out. Shen Zhangqing only hesitated for a moment before stepping in. Entering the loft, the environment suddenly changed. A wave of ink, mixed with a faint smell of blood, hit him in the face. His brows instinctively furrowed, but they quickly smoothed out. The smell of blood on everyone in the demon suppression department was almost impossible to wash clean. Chapter 793. Su Wang left, leaving Yuanxiang standing there awkwardly. After hesitating for a moment, she suddenly bowed to Lu Yi and apologized sincerely. "Senior apprentice brother Lu, I'm sorry. You saved me, but I lied to you." Actually, she blamed herself a lot on the way back, but for the safety of the stronghold, she had to do it. This had to do with the teachings she had received since she was young. If she had brought back an unknown outsider so casually, this stronghold would not have been able to survive for more than 10 years. Before Lu Yi could say anything, Ing Wu Ji said in a strange tone, "Just a verbal apology is not sincere enough." Sincere. Yuanxiang understood. She stood up and said, "Please wait for a moment, senior apprentice brothers." Saying so, she turned and ran out. No one knew what she was going to do. Ing Wuji and Lu Yi were left sitting. The atmosphere suddenly became strange. Before, when he had been traveling with Lu Yi, he had at least had some things to do. Now that they were alone in a room, the relationship between the two of them was ultimately still that of enemies. As the weaker party, Ing Wuji naturally felt somewhat uncomfortable. He regretted it secretly. Why did he have to talk about sincerity? If there was an outsider here, at least he would not be in such a predicament. Ahem. Ing Wuji coughed lightly and tried to find a topic. "Luya, shouldn't we ask them about the location of the hidden realm?" Search. If Lu Yi could think that to solve this world's predicament they had to start with the hidden realm, Ing Wuji was not an idiot. Shinra and Yuanxiang said that the hidden realmized door was not obvious, and outsiders would not be able to find it. However, they could still find it. Unfortunately, Lu Yi had no intention of responding. He just turned and looked at him indifferently. After looking at each other for 3 breaths, Ing Wuji looked away. The pressure was like a mountain. Why did he have such a bad mouth? When he turned his head, he saw a small head peeking in from outside the stone room. The person's eyes were filled with curiosity. It was a boy about 7 or 8 years old. His curiosity was at its peak. He had lived in this stronghold since he was born and had never seen the outside world, much less anyone outside. Lu Yi and Ing Wuji's arrival undoubtedly made him want to investigate. The boy was naturally cautious. He only looked outside, but had no intention of coming in. Ing Wuji seemed to have seen his savior and beckoned to the boy. "Child, come here!" The boy was frightened and quickly retracted his head. But after a while, he couldn't help but stretch his head out to take a look. This time, he didn't shift his gaze away. The main reason was that a bright red fruit had appeared in Ing Wuji's hand at some unknown time. A strange fragrance wafted through the entire stone room. "Come here." Ing Wuji waved at the boy again, trying his best to put on a harmless expression. The boy looked at him and then looked at the spirit fruit in his hand. He could no longer resist the temptation and walked into the stone room timidly. Arriving in front of Ing Wuji, he stood there obediently and raised his head to look at him. Just as Ing Wuji was about to reach out and pat his head, the boy quickly reached out and took the spirit fruit from his hand. He turned around and ran. This little bastard! Ingwuji was so angry that he laughed. Thinking about his Cloud River Ninth Order cultivation, no matter how careless he was, even if he was prepared, he wouldn't have been robbed by a 7 or 8-year-old child. He would have just taken advantage of the situation to do so. Fortunately, after being interrupted by the boy, the pressure that Lu Yi had put on him just now disappeared. Didn't anyone tell you not to show off your wealth? Lu Yi suddenly said. Ingwuji said in a low voice, "This fruit, it's nothing." Before he could finish speaking, the corner of his eyes twitched as he saw a few more small figures appear at the door. It was the other children who had seen the good things here and had all rushed over. They didn't speak and just stared at Ingwuji with longing in their eyes. Ingwuji suddenly realized that this fruit that was extremely ordinary to him and was only used to quench his thirst in this peerless star continent was perhaps something extraordinary. He wanted to shout at these children to retreat, but the yearning in their eyes made him sigh. Raising his hand, like a magic trick, a few spirit fruits appeared in his hand, and he waved them towards the children. Wah! The children were excited and rushed in. Each of them took a spirit fruit from Ingwuji's hand and ran away. When they rushed to the door, they bumped into Yuan Xiang, who had just returned, and they all bumped into her. Slow down, slow down. What are you doing here? Don't disturb the guests." As Yuan Xiang spoke, she straightened the children who were swaying from side to side. Just as she was about to reprimand them a few more times, she suddenly saw the spirit fruits in their hands. The tip of her nose was also filled with a strange fragrance that she had never smelled before, causing her to involuntarily drool. While she was distracted, the children ran away and disappeared. Yuan Xiang hurriedly hid the things in her hands behind her back. In her hands, she tightly clutched the dried fruit that she had been saving for who knows how long. In front of such a spirit fruit, she couldn't use the sincerity of her apology anymore. The children who had left were all moved. Perhaps in the prosperous times, those spirit fruits were nothing, but in today's environment it was difficult for cultivators to find spirit fruits of such quality. Where did these two people come from? They gave away such spirit fruits just like that, and to children at that. However, this also made Su Wang even more certain that these two people didn't have any ill intentions towards their base. How could such people take a liking to a poor base like theirs? Elder Su. Yuan Xiang looked at Su Wang with a red face, and then bowed to a tall man beside Su Wang. Senior Drunken Mountain. Drunken Mountain nodded and ordered, "Go and bring some tea." As if she had been pardoned, Yuan Xiang hurriedly left. After Yuan Xiang left, Drunken Mountain straightened his clothes that were now white from washing and stepped into the stone room. Sweeping his eyes over Lu Yi and Ingwuji, he cupped his fists and said, "Honored guests, please forgive me for not coming out to greet you." Lu Yi stood up and returned the greeting, as did Ingwuji. Seeing that Lu Yi had no intention of speaking, Ingwuji could only follow up. "Fellow Taoist, you're too serious. We came uninvited. Please forgive us for disturbing you." Drunken Mountain relaxed slightly. Su Wang had briefly told him about Lu Yi and Ingwuji. He also realized that these two people's origins weren't simple, which was why he had personally come to investigate. He just happened to see Ingwuji giving out spirit fruits to the children of the base, and now that he heard Ingwuji's words, he immediately thought about it. These two people didn't seem to have any ill intentions, especially Ingwuji, who didn't have such a tolerant impression of him, naturally wouldn't be too bad. "Please sit." Drunken Mountain gestured with his hand, and the guests took their seats. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Drunken Mountain got straight to the point. "I heard that you two saved Yuan Xiang before. We are unable to repay such a great kindness. If you two have any requests, please do not hesitate to ask. If we can satisfy them, we will not refuse." As the leader of this base, Drunken Mountain naturally had to understand what these two guests' intentions were. They said that they had met by chance and saved Yuan Xiang, but they had escorted Yuan Xiang all the way back to the base. It was clear that they had their own motives, and it wasn't just Yu Zhen's dying request. However, he didn't say everything. In other words, if the request was too excessive, he definitely couldn't agree. Ing Wuji turned to look at Lu Yi. "Senior brother, what do you say to this fellow Taoist?" Although he had some ideas, he didn't dare to act on his own. It was better to leave this matter to Lu Yi. Drunken Mountain looked at Lu Yi in surprise. Only now did he understand that between the two of them, Lu Yi was the one who could make the decision. "We want the location of the 3 great mystery realms," Lu Yi said concisely. Drunken Mountain's expression changed. "You want to enter the mystery realms?" He was surprised. These two didn't originate from the mystery realms. Otherwise, they wouldn't have come here to ask for their location. Moreover, it was very likely that these two really did live in a small base and didn't know anything about the outside world. Otherwise, they wouldn't have made such a request. Shaking his head, Drunken Mountain said, "We may not be able to help the two of you with this matter. The location of the 3 great mystery realms has never been fixed. Instead, they're drifting through the void. They may be here today and somewhere else tomorrow. If you don't know how to calculate them, you won't be able to find them. If they really were fixed locations, the 3 great mystery realms wouldn't have existed until now. The corpse race would have long since destroyed them. Moreover, even if a cultivator came out of the mystery realms, if they wanted to return, they would have to rush to a specific location at a specific time and use a specific spirit artifact to open a door. The locations of the mystery realms did indeed follow a pattern, but just as Drunken Mountain said, if one didn't know how to calculate them, they wouldn't be able to find them. Lu Yi and Ing Wuji were both stunned. They never thought that the 3 great mystery realms would be so hidden. Yuan Xiang hadn't mentioned this before, so even she didn't know about it. Before the heavenly transformation, the locations of the mystery realms were indeed fixed. They all belonged to the assets of a certain top sect. The name of the mystery realm was the identity of its owner. For example, the Meru Mountain Mystery Realm was the asset of the Meru Mountain Mystery Realm, and the Ziwei Dao Palace Mystery Realm belonged to the Ziwei Dao Palace. However, after the heavenly transformation, those top cultivators had a premonition that things were not going to be good. They used some mysterious technique, and the 3 great mystery realms began to wander without a fixed location. The other mystery realms didn't have this ability and could only stay where they were, so they were all taken over by the corpse race. Now, the only mystery realm with a fixed location was the mysterious realm of the Turbid Heaven Temple controlled by the corpse race. It was also the Corpse King Palace that the Golden Corpse King had renamed. Lu Yi originally wanted to inquire about the location of the mystery realms from this stronghold and then take Ing Wuji to those mystery realms. Not only did he want to borrow the power of the mystery realms to resolve the crisis of this world, but he also wanted to meet up with the others. He didn't know where those from the 9 states were now, but as long as they understood the situation of the Wushuang continent, they would probably choose to search for the mystery realms. Chapter 794. With the current situation, it would be difficult to find the location of the sealed world. Although the peerless continent was broken, it was still vast. Without a suitable method, finding the sealed world was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Inside the stone room, Lu Yi remained silent while Ing Wuji was filled with melancholy. Su Wang quietly winked at Drunken Mountain from the side, but Drunken Mountain only shook his head imperceptibly. Previously, he had gone to find Drunken Mountain and told him everything he knew about Lu Yi and Ing Wuji, especially about Lu Ye's attainments in Array Dao. Initial evolution, if such people could be roped into the stronghold, the safety of the stronghold would be greatly guaranteed in the future. Thus, he had suggested to Drunken Mountain to find a way to rope in these 2 people and see if they could stay. But after Drunken Mountain learned that Lu Yi and Ing Wuji's goal was the sealed world, he gave up on this idea. Their ambitions were higher than the heavens, and it was understandable that they wanted to join the sealed world. So why would they care about a small stronghold like theirs? Even if he asked, it would not be as he wished. He might as well not ask for a rebuff. "Do you have a map of this world?" Lu Yi suddenly asked. Drunken Mountain shook his head. After 1,000 years, the realm has been broken, and many sects have lost their legacies. Most of the remaining humans are living an ignoble existence, hiding and hiding. Many of them have never left their strongholds, from birth to death. Even for cultivators like us, the range of activity is limited. If little brother wants a topographic map of the surrounding 10,000 kilometers, I have it here, but if you want a topographic map of this realm, I'm afraid that only the secret realm has it. She really didn't get anything she wanted. Lu Yi nodded slightly. He had guessed this and was not disappointed. If that's the case, then you too should rest first. If you need anything, feel free to come find me. Since he could not rope in these two people, and there was no need to continue investigating their origins, Drunken Mountain had no intention of staying. In his opinion, these two people were probably just passers-by. They had saved Yuan Xiang's life, so the stronghold should treat them well. Who knew when they would leave? When Drunken Mountain stood up, a buzzing sound came from above, and even the stone room shook slightly. It seemed like there were people fighting above. He paled, and Su Wang also exclaimed, "Not good! The array has been activated." Under normal circumstances, the formation he had set up outside would not be activated. Even if it was in an activated state like before, it would not be activated easily. In such a world, it was not easy to set up a formation. Unless it was absolutely necessary, the formation was only used as a deterrent. Moreover, once it was activated, it would definitely cause a huge commotion, and there was a possibility that the location of the stronghold would be exposed. But now that the formation had been activated, there was no doubt that the person guarding the formation had encountered an extremely bad situation. The two of them turned to look at Lu Yi and Ying Wu Ji almost at the same time, their expressions filled with shock and anger. From their point of view, the stronghold had been peaceful for more than 10 years. However, as soon as these two people arrived, the formation was activated. Naturally, it made people think that they were spies of some force who had lured some enemy over. Ying Wu Ji noticed this and hurriedly said, "It has nothing to do with us." Drunk Mountain pondered for a moment before nodding. "This one has lost his composure. Please don't take offense." Regardless of whether or not the matter was related to these two people, a conflict could not break out in the stronghold. There were many mortals living here. If a fight broke out, those mortals would not be able to withstand the aftermath of a fight between cultivators. The commotion outside alarmed everyone in the stronghold. Many cultivators walked out of the stone rooms and gathered in one place. The atmosphere was tense, but no one flinched. The mortals also hurriedly gathered in another place. Although their expressions were filled with fear, no one shouted. It could be seen that in this chaotic world, these people had already summed up some ways to survive. At the very least, they could not panic, no matter what happened. "Old Man Su, stay here. I'll lead some people out to take a look." Drunk Mountain dropped these words and walked out of the stone room. But before he could gather his men, a bloodied young man holding a sword rushed into the stronghold. It was Wu Jun, the one Yuan Xiang called Big Brother Wu. At this moment, he was missing an arm and blood was flowing out of the wound. His face was also stained with blood. Seeing Drunk Mountain, he hurriedly said, "Leader, it's the Pure Land." "Are you sure it's them?" Drunk Mountain's eyes narrowed. The group of cultivators standing behind Drunk Mountain also suddenly panicked. The Pure Land was not a sect. In today's world, apart from the many complete inheritances of sects in the 3 great secret realms, the human race no longer had any sects. They basically existed in the form of strongholds of various sizes. The Pure Land was the name of a large stronghold of the human race. Although the name was bright and righteous, it was actually quite notorious. This was because they would often rob the human race strongholds that were weaker than them, and even abduct people to strengthen themselves. Nowadays, there was a saying in all the strongholds of the human race that one would rather encounter the corpse race than the Pure Land. At the very least, the corpse race was an enemy on the surface. If they couldn't defeat them, they would just die. However, the people of the Pure Land were a group of lunatics. Once they fell into the hands of the Pure Land, they would suffer such torture. Moreover, they were all humans. If they disguised themselves, no one would be able to see through their identities. Another point was that the cultivators of the Pure Land were generally very high in cultivation. They seemed to have cultivated a kind of evil technique that allowed them to absorb the spiritual chi of others to strengthen themselves. Therefore, the people of the Pure Land were very enthusiastic about attacking other strongholds of the human race. Through this method, they could plunder the materials they needed and capture the human race cultivators in the strongholds to cultivate. Originally, Zuishin wanted to take people out to see the situation. However, when he heard that the people who came were actually from the Pure Land, he immediately gave up the idea. With the little foundation of the stronghold, it was impossible for them to be opponents of the Pure Land. Nowadays, the human race's hatred for the corpse race was naturally endless. However, their hatred for forces like the Pure Land was even higher than the corpse race. No matter where and when a race's survival was on the verge of extinction, those who still fought against each other would naturally be disliked by others. How did they find us? Zuishin couldn't figure it out. Wu Jun's expression was gloomy. I saw little fifth among the people of the Pure Land. Ci Shan suddenly realized. Little Fifth was also a member of the stronghold. Previously, he went out with others to search for materials. He had been missing for a month. No one knew if he was alive or dead. This matter was very normal in today's world. Everyone thought that they encountered the corpse race. All they could do was to cherish the memory in their hearts. However, now it seemed that Little Fifth and the others didn't encounter the corpse race, but the people of the Pure Land. During this period, there must be some inhumane torture and interrogation. It was inevitable that the stronghold's location was exposed. Zuishin immediately understood that today's matter really had nothing to do with the two guests. It was just a coincidence. Elder Su, count the people and bring them out through the secret passage. Zuishin gave the order. Su Wang didn't waste time and nodded. Okay. Zuishin pointed out a few more cultivators. You guys follow me and stop them. There were many mortals in the stronghold. Even if there was a secret passage, their speed wouldn't be too slow. Someone was bound to stay behind to cover the retreat. Even if there was a formation in this cave that Su Wang had set up before, it was still extremely dangerous to stay behind to cover the retreat. However, even if they had a clear understanding of the situation, the few people who were pointed out still stood out without hesitation. In the stone room, Lu Yi and Ingwuji watched quietly. Ingwuji couldn't help but sigh. The people of this stronghold are still very united. It should be Zuishin's usual leadership. That was why they could follow orders at this critical moment. You stay as well. Lu Yi ordered Dan as he walked out. Ah. Ingwuji was stunned for a moment. After reacting, he couldn't help but feel angry, muttering, You want me to do all the dirty work? Do you really think of yourself as a senior brother? When they first encountered the ruined city, Lu Yi had asked him to scout for information. Now, he had to cover the retreat as well. This was really unreasonable. Lu Yi was really too much of a bully. When he had a use for him, he casually ordered him around, but when he didn't need him anymore, he didn't even want to talk to him. He just stared at him, making him feel inexplicably pressured. Although he was unhappy, Ingwuji wasn't willing to just leave like this. From the reactions of Ci Shan and the others, it could be seen that the so-called Pure Lands people weren't easy to deal with. As a ghost cultivator, he was indeed suitable to stay behind and cover the retreat. His figure quickly turned black and then disappeared. On the other side, Lu Yi had already arrived in front of Su Wang, who was commanding everyone to retreat through the secret passage. He went straight to the point. If you trust me, I can open a path in front. Su Wang stared at him for a moment and gritted his teeth. Then I'll leave it to you, little friend. Lu Yi nodded slightly and stepped forward, walking into the secret passage. Su Wang signaled with his eyes, and a few cultivators with higher cultivation immediately followed Lu Yi. They gathered their spiritual power and were ready to release their strongest attack at any time. Regardless of whether Lu Yi was related to the Pure Lands people or not, he had to open a path in front. However, Su Wang also made arrangements to prevent them from being schemed against. In the end of the world, people's hearts were hard to predict. Even a little girl like Yuan Xiang wouldn't easily trust others, let alone a crafty old fox like Su Wang. There were definitely secret passages in the stronghold, and there was more than one. They all led to different directions and positions. This way, they could ensure that they had a way out at any time. If there was no way out once the stronghold was attacked, wouldn't they have to fight to the death? It would be fine if they won, but if they couldn't, they could only die. This was also the way to survive. The secret passage wasn't very wide. At most, it could only accommodate 3 people walking side by side. There were many twists and turns along the way. With Su Wang leading the way, Lu Yi only needed to move forward. He didn't walk very fast, mainly because he had to take care of the many mortals behind him. Even so, those mortals had to run to keep up. The children and the elderly needed the help of cultivators with their spiritual power, otherwise they would definitely fall behind. At the same time, in the stronghold's cave, Zui Shan and the others were waiting with rapt attention. Accompanied by a long laugh, a figure walked in. The aura on his body was evil and wild, giving people an extremely uncomfortable feeling. When Zui Shan saw this person, his heart sank. A great enemy. He clicked to download the best book-chasing app. Many readers used this to read books. Chapter 795. In this stronghold, the reason why Zuishin could become the leader was not only because of his character, but also because of his cultivation. He was the strongest person in the stronghold, but the aura of the newcomer was slightly higher than his. Immediately after, 7 or 8 figures rushed into the karst cave. The people behind Drunk Mountain suddenly showed a look of despair, knowing that they would not be able to escape this time. The person who rushed in first had a hooked nose, a sinister and unruly expression. His hawk-like eyes swept over Drunk Mountain and the others, and he said in a cold voice, "The Pure Land is here to handle matters. I advise you to obediently surrender. Otherwise you will suffer a fate worse than death." The people behind him lined up in a row, urging their spiritual power to show their powerful cultivation. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Drunk Mountain said with pain, "As humans, you don't fight against the corpse race, but choose to attack the weak. Do you still have any conscience?" The sinister cultivator sneered, "Conscience? What is that? In this chaotic world, only your own strength is the king. You are weak, destined to be fish on the chopping block. Rather than die at the hands of the corpse race and become a corpse race member, it is better to let us cultivate. Only when we become stronger can we have the possibility of continuing. How can the Pure Land's purpose and good intentions be understood by fools like you? Nonsense." Drunk Mountain was unable to restrain his anger. The sinister cultivator was too lazy to talk nonsense with him. He raised his hand to give the order, but at this moment a figure silently appeared in the dark shadows. Before he appeared, no one had noticed him. He was almost behind the sinister cultivator. Drunk Mountain's eyes flashed with a look of disbelief. This person, wasn't this the guest called Ingwuji? He did not notice when the other party had stayed, or where he had been hiding before. Pucci, as if something had been pierced. Drunk Mountain's pupils suddenly shrank to the size of a needle, as if he had seen something extremely inconceivable. The sinister cultivator, who was about to give the order, suddenly froze. He felt an inexplicable pain in his heart, and then a strong sense of powerlessness spread throughout his body. He seemed to have realized something and lowered his head to look. He saw that a sharp blade had pierced through his chest at some point in time. When? The insidious man muttered to himself in a low voice. He wanted to resist, but he couldn't circulate his spiritual energy at all. He could clearly feel his life force fading away. This sudden turn of events caused the complexions of the Pure Land cultivators around him to change. They instinctively dodged to the sides, and when they looked over again, they were all left dumbfounded. The strongest among them had actually been killed by someone who had snuck up on them without making a sound. Poochie! Another soft sound. Endless Shadow pulled out his scimitar and said calmly, "Well said, don't say it again in your next life." Thump! The malicious-looking man fell to the ground, no longer breathing. Large patches of blood stained the ground red. Everyone's hair stood on end as they felt a chill run down their spines. Zuishin and the others had never thought that the guest who came today would have such a strange and unfathomable method. If such a miraculous ability was used to deal with them, how could they resist it? Perhaps he would end up like this sinister man, not even knowing how he died. He quickly regained his senses and shouted, "Kill!" The sudden turn of events had thrown the enemy's mind into chaos. If he didn't kill them now, when would he? As he shouted, he was the first to charge at the enemy. The others behind him finally reacted and followed closely behind. Endless Shadow was already brandishing his scimitars. Like a wolf in a flock of sheep, he killed in all directions. This was the strength that a cultivator of the Cloud River Tier should have. Ever since the start of the Battle of the Cloud River Tier, he had been exchanging blows with the most powerful elites of the Cloud River Tier in the 9 prefectures. There were many defeats, and there were many times when he was depressed. Especially after meeting Luya, he could not help but feel a sense of self-doubt. Why do I feel like I'm too weak? In this realm, he was chased by a horde of corpses, but Luya could easily solve the problem and even save his life. This deepened his self-doubt. Until now, he finally met a normal opponent. He also finally understood one thing. It wasn't that he was weak. It was that bastard Louis too. Strong. Too strong. After a chaotic battle, Zuishin and the others worked together to kill 2, and the rest were all killed by Endless Shadow. The depression in his heart disappeared, and Endless Shadow felt his entire body relax. He couldn't help but shout, "Awesome!" Drunk Mountain and the others stared at him in a daze. For a moment, they were shocked to the core. "What are you waiting for? Let's go." Endless Shadow was in a good mood. He called out to the others and chased in the direction of the secret passage. Zuishin and the others finally reacted. One person was left to collect the spoils of war, while the others hurriedly followed Endless Shadow. In the secret passage, Luya walked forward. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of him. Behind him, Su Wang shouted, "Not good. The Pure Land even found the location of our secret passage." The thing he was most worried about had happened. The location of the stronghold had been exposed by Little Fifth, but the direction of the secret passage was unknown to everyone except him and Zuishin. Little Fifth definitely didn't know either. However, every stronghold had its own secret passage. If the Pure Land wanted to attack their stronghold, they would definitely search for the exit of the secret passage nearby. Su Wang had originally held a glimmer of hope, but now it seemed that it was just wishful thinking. "Where are you going?" The newcomer was a woman. In the dim light, it was impossible to see her face clearly, but her voice was soft and sweet, making people want to listen to her for a while longer. She seemed to have been waiting here for a long time. When she spoke, there was a hint of excitement in her voice. It was unknown what she was waiting for, but since one person had appeared, there would definitely be more. Such a narrow passage was unfavorable for them. If they fought, not only would the cultivators in the stronghold not be a match, many of the mortals would be injured or killed. And your little brother, it's rare to see such a delicate and pretty little brother. Come and talk to Big Sister. The woman had already seen clearly the face of Lu Yi, who was leading the way. Her words were full of charm. At the same time, she stepped forward and grabbed at Luya. Her white, jade-like hands were covered with sharp, slender nails that glowed with a metallic luster. Come, the long saber was unsheathed, and a fiery red saber light flashed past. The several cultivators behind Lu Yi, who were ready for battle, could only see the woman's shocked expression reflected in their field of vision. Then they heard an abrupt scream. Lu Yi didn't stop. He continued forward. Behind him, there was the sound of something heavy falling to the ground, and a strong smell of blood filled the air. By the time the cultivators behind Lu Yi arrived, all they saw was a warm corpse lying on the ground. One slash. Everyone's eyes went wide with disbelief. One slash. When the woman had attacked, the spiritual power fluctuations she had released were not weak. They knew they were no match for her. To the cultivators in the stronghold, this woman could be considered a powerhouse. The only one who could defeat her was their leader, Drunken Mountain. But such a powerhouse had actually been killed by the saber-wielding young man in front of them. They couldn't even tell how high the saber-wielding young man's cultivation base was. Su Wang's eyelids twitched violently. Such strength was simply shocking. No wonder he was able to kill the zombie that caused Yu Zhen's team to suffer heavy casualties and save Yuanxiang. Even if the stronghold wanted to defend against such a powerful figure, they couldn't. They could finally be sure that the guest who came to the stronghold today didn't have any malice towards them. There was a short exchange of blows in front of them. Every flash of a fiery saber represented the death of an enemy. Along the way, they would find corpses lying on the ground from time to time. Even the unscrupulous cultivators of the Pure Land were frightened by this situation. They had blocked this place and wanted to catch a turtle in a jar. Who would have thought that instead of catching a turtle, they would encounter a vicious shark that would devour people without spitting out their bones? In just a short time, several people had fallen. The remaining cultivators of the Pure Land didn't dare to stay and retreated. Lu Yi was still walking unhurriedly. Behind him were the cultivators and mortals of the stronghold. The line was long but quiet and orderly. After walking for more than half an hour, there was a faint light in front of them. Obviously, they had reached the exit of the secret passage. About 100 feet away from the exit, Lu Yi stopped and ordered the people behind him, "Stay here and don't move. Come out when I call for you." Yes. Several cultivators of the stronghold, who were originally arranged by Su Wang to monitor and guard against Lu Yi, instinctively responded. Along the way, the people behind probably didn't notice what was happening in front of them, but they followed Lu Yi closely and more or less saw something. Because of this, their hearts were filled with awe. Facing the light, Lu Yi slowly walked out of the secret passage. In an instant, auras from all directions shrouded them. Lu Yi squinted slightly and saw more than 10 figures gathered in all directions, all of them as if they were facing a great enemy. One of the cultivators, who was as short as a 3-inch nail, shouted with a duck-like voice, "Kid, are you the one who killed our people?" Although the death of their companions made them realize Lu Yi's strength, they still didn't have the intention to retreat. It was inconvenient to fight in the secret passage, so they simply waited outside. They didn't believe that more than 10 people together couldn't take down the other party. They felt even more strange. According to the information they had gathered, the only person who could take action in the stronghold was a person called Drunk Mountain. But their age didn't match. Drunk Mountain was a middle-aged man, but the one in front of them was a youth of average age. Lu Yi didn't speak. Hu Pa, who was crouching on his shoulder, opened his mouth and wanted to roar. "Shoo!" Lu Yi raised a finger to his mouth. In the end of the world, it was better not to make too big of a commotion. Maybe Hu Po's tiger roar would attract some new trouble. Hu Pa took the opportunity to yawn and lazily lay down again. He always felt that this trip to the Wushuang continent had no place for him to use his skills. "Forget it, I'm just a tiger. What's the point of thinking so much?" Chapter 796. The night was like a curtain enveloping the sky. The night of the unparalleled continent was once beautiful and enchanting. There was a sky full of stars and a bright moon. But ever since the change in the sky, these things could no longer be seen. During the day, the turbid sun shone in all directions, but at night it was so dark that one couldn't even see their own fingers. In the wilderness, bonfires flickered. Many mortals gathered together, hugging each other for warmth. Cultivators stood guard outside, guarding against everything that should be guarded against. Wu Jun, who was missing an arm, and a few other cultivators were responsible for monitoring one direction. Suddenly, someone seemed to be rapidly approaching under the thick curtain of night. "Who is it?" Wu Jun issued a warning. "It's me." The other party responded. A familiar voice rang out, and Wu Jun heaved a sigh of relief. The leader was here. Under the protection of Lu Yi, they had fled all the way from the stronghold to this place. This was also the meeting place that Drunk Mountain and Su Wang had agreed on long ago. It was prepared in case they were separated from each other. Now that Drunk Mountain had finally appeared, the group of people finally had someone to rely on. Soon, the news of Drunk Mountain's return spread, and the oppressive and nervous atmosphere in the crowd dissipated. Su Wang went up to greet him. When he saw Drunk Mountain, he couldn't help but ask, "Are you hurt?" Drunk Mountain couldn't help but glance at Ingwuji, who had followed them all the way here. With this person here getting hurt? That didn't exist. It's a long story. Drunk Mountain shook his head. If Ingwuji hadn't suddenly appeared from the dark, not to mention meeting up with the team, even surviving would have been an extravagant hope. "How is it here? Is the loss big?" Drunk Mountain asked in a deep voice. After dealing with the group of people from the Pure Land, they also retreated through the secret passage. Along the way, they saw many corpses, which undoubtedly meant that the Pure Land cultivators were not the only ones who went to find trouble with them. There were even more people blocking the secret passage, which made Drunk Mountain somewhat worried. "Loss? There's no loss." Su Wang looked in a certain direction with a complicated expression. He felt that he would never be able to forget what he saw today. When he walked out of the secret passage, a man stood there with a knife in his hand. Corpses were lying around him, and blood dyed the ground red, causing that person's figure to rise infinitely in everyone's hearts. And that battle, from the beginning to the end, seemed to have only lasted for 10 breaths. With the strength of a single person, he had killed more than 10 Pure Land cultivators, not including those who died in the secret passage. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Su Wang wouldn't have dared to believe it. From the looks of it, that person's strength is beyond imagination. Zuishin vaguely sensed something and followed Su Wang's gaze. He saw Lu Yi sitting there, chiseling a crystal in her hand with her pan-shan blade. Along the way, the guest called Ingwuji seemed to have seen through the many worries in his heart and comforted him. "Your people are being escorted by my senior martial brother. Don't worry about it. If the lair of the lost Dao Pure Land was there, he could go there alone. He was best at exterminating an entire family." From his words, Ingwuji seemed to have great confidence in his senior brother, and as he spoke he seemed to recall some bad memories and couldn't help but shudder. At the time, he had thought that Ingwuji was exaggerating. After all, Ingwuji's strength was beyond his imagination. If even Ingwuji praised him so highly, then how strong must he be? But now it seemed that it was true. But that person didn't look like a bad person. He was just silent, and his expression was a bit cold. Had he ever killed people? After a few simple words with Su Wang, Zuishin came to Lu Yi and bowed. "Fellow Taoist Lu, fellow Taoist Ing, thank you for your help. I won't forget today's kindness." At this point, we can finally confirm one thing. These two people really didn't have any evil intentions towards their stronghold. "It just so happened, don't mind it," Lu Yi casually replied. Ingwuji said, "If the stronghold over there is abandoned, where else can you go?" "There is a backup stronghold 300 miles away from here. We need to go there," Zuishin replied. "That's good." Ingwuji nodded. Zuishin bowed again. I would like to ask the two of you to escort me. Would the two of you be willing? There are many mortals in the team, so it's inconvenient to walk. Both Lu Yi and Ingwu Ji are powerful. With their escort, our safety can be guaranteed. But they just met by chance. Why would they help him? The stronghold couldn't offer them anything that could tempt them. Zuishin could only sincerely plead. Ingwu Ji almost agreed, but he quickly glanced at Lu Yi. My senior brother has to make the decision. Although he could see that Lu Yi wanted to be a good person to the end, he didn't dare to agree on his behalf. Of course, Lu Yi nodded. Zuishin was overjoyed. Then, thank you. Leader, go ahead. Don't worry about us. Zuishin left. Ingwu Ji looked at Lu Yi and couldn't help but chuckle. He whispered, Lu Yi, you're actually not a bad person. Lu Yi didn't even bother to lift his eyelids. What makes you think I'm a bad person? Ingwu Ji snorted. Did you get the title of sect destroying Yi for nothing? In the 9 regions, the 2 camps are at war. There's no such thing as a good person or a bad person. They're just pitiful people who can't help themselves. From the perspective of one Mo Ridge, I, Lu Yi, have killed countless people and have committed countless crimes. I'm indeed a heinous person, but that's just a different perspective. From the perspective of Haochin Alliance, can you, Ingwu Ji, be considered a good person? Ingwu Ji smacked his lips. I'm just saying, you don't have to make a long speech. I understand. You're obviously younger than me, but you act like an old man. So boring. Lu Yi looked up at him. Are you getting carried away? Or am I too weak? Or have I been too nice to you recently? Ingwu Ji's expression changed immediately. Lu Yi, let's chat. Don't threaten me. It's boring. One go far away, like you're avoiding the god of plague. I can't afford to offend you, but I can hide. Lu Yi continued to chisel at the crystal in his hand with his Pan-Shan saber. It's not just to refine the sound transmission stone. This kind of meticulous chiseling is also a kind of subtle training in the art of the saber. Before dawn, under the call of the cultivators, the group set off. If it was peaceful times, the cultivators could use their spiritual energy to carry the mortals and fly. They wouldn't have to go through so much hardship. But in today's world, when the cultivators travel outside, they will not use their spiritual energy unless it's necessary. Firstly, it's to preserve their own strength. Secondly, they are afraid that the fluctuations of their spiritual energy will cause unnecessary trouble. 3. So the entire group is walking on the ground. A distance of 300 miles is considered far for mortals. But in order to survive, they have no choice but to do so. If one day the Wushuang continent can return to normal, the younger generations will recall their ancestors' journey today. That will definitely be a heavy and vicissitude of history. Along the way, they hid here and there. Fortunately, there weren't any twists and turns. Fate seems to be taking care of this group that is struggling to survive. Zuishin and the others have been worried about the Corpse Clan and the Human Clan that are similar to the cultivators of the Pure Land. It wasn't until the evening of the second day that the group finally arrived at the location of the backup stronghold. Even a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows, let alone the Human Clan that is struggling to survive in the apocalypse. As early as 10 years ago, when they settled down in the original stronghold, Zuishin led people to dig out a stronghold here for future use. But for more than 10 years, it has not been used. Today, it has become a life-saving place. The new stronghold's environment has not changed much compared to the original stronghold. It is also located 200 to 300 feet underground. Zuishin led people in to investigate. After confirming that this stronghold has no traces of being discovered by outsiders, he led the group in to settle down. At this time, the wandering is finally over, and the people who are on tenterhooks can finally be relieved. Zuishin settled everyone in the stronghold. Lu Yi received Su Wang's invitation to set up a formation near the entrance of the stronghold. As early as the first time he saw Lu Yi, Su Wang knew that he had extremely high attainments in the Tao of formations. Now that he wants to set up a new formation, he naturally has some thoughts. Lu Yi did not refuse this, which made Su Wang grateful. When they worked together to set up the formation, Su Wang asked a lot of questions. Lu Yi also told him everything he knew, which benefited Su Wang a lot. When the formation was set up, Su Wang's eyes even flashed with tears. Such a large formation is much more powerful than the one he arranged. Even if the formation's power is not activated, he can feel that with such a large formation protecting the stronghold in the future, there will be no need to worry about people with ulterior motives coming to the stronghold. Before leaving, Lu Yi handed a jade slip to Su Wang. Inside is my understanding and comprehension of the Tao of formations. Reading Network when Su Wang received it, his dry hands could not help but tremble. In today's world, such things are too precious. His Tao of formations is self-taught from a broken ancient text, so it is not systematic at all, so his achievements are limited. Perhaps he learned from a broken ancient text. It can be seen that Su Wang's talent in the Tao of formations is not low. Now that Lu Yi gave him this jade slip, he may be able to make some breakthroughs in the Tao of formations in his lifetime. In the apocalyptic world, such things are countless times more precious than cultivation resources, but Lu Yi casually gave it to him. How can Su Wang not be grateful? Little friend, are you leaving? Although he had guessed it, when it really came to this, Su Wang can't help but feel regretful. If such a talent can stay in the stronghold, how good would that be? But he also understands that the pond can't hold a flood dragon in the end. Eagles are destined to soar above the 9 heavens. For those two, their stronghold is too small after all, and they don't have the capital to keep people here. He clicked to download the best book chaser app. Many readers used it to read books aloud. Chapter 797. In the air, Lu Yi and Ing Wu Ji flew quickly. Flying through the city like this would normally cause a lot of trouble. But in fact, the journey was very peaceful, and they didn't even see half a corpse clan. The corpse clan wasn't stupid and knew that cultivators who dared to do this must have something to rely on. Without absolute confidence, they wouldn't dare to provoke them. Half a day ago, the two bid farewell to Drunk Mountain and the others and left under the regretful and reluctant gazes of everyone in the stronghold. It wasn't that they didn't gain anything. Before leaving, Drunken Mountain dismissed the others and spoke to Lu Yi and Ing Wu Ji alone, guiding them on the way forward. It turned out that when Drunk Mountain was young, because of his good talent, red lips, and white teeth, he was chosen by the envoy of the secret territory and wanted to bring him into the secret territory. But when he was about to enter the secret territory, Drunk Mountain took the initiative to give up. He didn't want to leave behind the companions he grew up with in the stronghold. Nor did he want to go into the secret territory alone to avoid disaster and enjoy the glory and wealth. Under the confused gazes of the other people who were chosen, Drunk Mountain bid farewell to the envoy of the secret territory and set off on his return journey without hesitation. Today he was the leader of the stronghold and had always led everyone in the stronghold to survive, carrying a heavy burden and never forgetting his original intentions. Search. So, although he didn't have the means to calculate the current location of the secret territory's entrance, he clearly remembered where the secret territory's entrance opened in the past. This matter was originally a secret in his heart, but because it was related to the secret territory, he couldn't and didn't dare to casually tell others. Today, he was grateful for Lu Yi and Ing Wu Ji's help. So when the two were about to leave, he told them the truth. However, according to Drunk Mountain, the secret territory was drifting on the Wushuang continent, and its location was not fixed, so even if Lu Yi and Ing Wu Ji rushed to the location where the entrance appeared in the past, they might not be able to find anything. But this was still a clue, and for Lu Yi and Ing Wu Ji, who had no clue, this trip was imperative. What if they found something there? The scenery continued to recede along the way, and the sun set and the night fell. But this didn't stop the two from hurrying on. Along the way, they only stopped for a short while to replenish their spirit chi before setting off again. The next day, They had arrived at the location Drunk Mountain had pointed to. Looking from afar, the 3 spirit peaks in front of him looked like 3 fingers standing between heaven and earth. The middle was the tallest, and the sides were slightly shorter. 2 streaks of light landed on the mountain peak in the middle, one after the other. According to Drunken Mountain, the door to the secret realm had appeared here. Lu Yi looked around and spread out his consciousness, but he didn't find anything noteworthy. Let's split up and search. He opened his mouth and said, then walked to the side. Ing Wuji nodded and looked in the other direction. An hour later, the 2 of them reunited. Lu Yi looked at Ing Wuji, who shook his head and shrugged. I didn't find anything. It was within his expectations. Ing Wuji said, Lu Yi, this is not going to work. Shouldn't we think of a way to lure the people from the arcane realm out? You have a good plan? Ing Wuji said, I have some ideas. Tell me about it. Now that materials are scarce in this world, even cultivators find it difficult to survive. If we take out some things that don't exist in this world and spread them everywhere, do you think we won't attract the attention of the mystic realm? That's why he took the initiative to come here. Lu Yi pondered for a moment, then nodded slightly. That's an idea. Receiving approval, Ing Wuji was instantly energized. Things that we see as normal might be treasures to the people of this world, such as spiritual fruits and spiritual pills. However, if we really do that, it will take a long time, and there are too many uncertainties. Go ahead and do it. Since you have an idea, then go ahead and do it. I support you. Ing Wuji's eyes twitched. Just verbally support him? Moreover, this matter wasn't just about him. Was Lu Yi ordering him around like a laborer? He was ranked 16th in the Cloud River battle for supremacy. Even if he wasn't invincible in the Cloud River battlefield, he rarely met a worthy opponent. When had he ever been looked down upon like this? He was enraged. Lu Yi, don't go too far. I've been tolerating you for the past few days. Even a clay figurine had a temper. Thinking about how he had been wronged for the past few days, Ing Wuji couldn't bear it any longer. Lu Yi looked at him in confusion. He didn't know why he was suddenly so angry. If you don't want to go, then don't go, he said casually. No one is forcing you, so why do you have such a big reaction? Ing Wuji stared at Lu Yi in a daze, and for some reason he felt as if he was being unreasonable. With nowhere to vent his anger, he almost suffered internal injuries from suppressing it. At this time, Lu Yi's expression suddenly changed, and he turned his head to look in a certain direction. Ing Wuji already knew that Lu Yi's mental strength was extremely strong, so when he saw his reaction, he knew that this guy must have discovered something. Ignoring his anger, he hurriedly followed Lu Yi's gaze. What entered his eyes was a spirit weapon in the shape of a large ship. It stretched across the sky, breaking through the air and rushing over. Wherever it passed, clouds rolled and waves rolled, and its momentum was imposing. Ing Wuji was overjoyed. This really is traveling far and wide only to find it by chance. Lu Yi, our luck has come. He had already forgotten about the small unhappiness from before. Looking at Lu Yi again, he didn't know when he had disappeared. Ing Wuji was shocked and looked around in confusion. Lu Yi! Hi! Lu Yi's voice suddenly sounded in his ear. He was clearly still in his original position, but he had obviously used a concealment technique. Ing Wuji sucked in a breath of cold air. This concealment technique seemed to be much stronger than his own. Wasn't Lu Yi a weapon cultivator? How could he be a ghost cultivator? With no time to think about it, Ing Wuji immediately used his own technique, and his figure quickly disappeared. Looking up at the spirit artifact in the sky, Ing Wuji couldn't help sighing. He and Lu Yi had come here in search of the entrance to the sealed world. But after arriving here and not finding anything, they had thought that this trip was destined to end in failure. But who would have thought that such a spirit artifact would appear at such a critical moment? In this day and age, only a force from a sealed world dared to act so arrogantly. Drunken Mountain had mentioned this to the 2 of them before. They used a type of spirit boat to search for the remaining humans in the mystic realm. According to his description, the spirit boat was vast and luxurious, something that the humans living in the stronghold could never imagine. This spirit artifact was both offensive and defensive, a bit like the 9 Provinces flying dragon ship. Ordinary corpse race members would not dare to provoke it at all. Even if some powerful corpse race members appeared, there would be powerhouses on the ship who could kill or expel them. Now that they saw this spirit artifact, as long as they followed it, they would definitely be able to find the entrance to the sealed world. It could even be said that if they had the ability to sneak in, they could use this spirit artifact to directly enter the sealed world. In the eyes of Drunk Mountain, the vast and luxurious spirit artifact was nothing more than this in the eyes of Lu Yi and Ing Wuji. But considering the current situation of the Wushuang continent, to have such a large flying spirit artifact, it seemed that the sealed world's foundation was not weak. The spirit artifact swept over the heads of the two and quickly flew away. "Follow it," Lu Ye's voice sounded in Ing Wuji's ear. Ing Wuji immediately urged his body to follow the spirit artifact from afar. After following it for a long time, the spirit artifact did not show any signs of stopping. Ing Wuji could not hold it in and whispered, "Lu Yi, are you there?" Lu Ye's actions made him feel very insecure and discouraged at the same time. To think that he, an orthodox ghost cultivator, could not compare to a weapon cultivator in terms of concealment. This was really the biggest joke in the world. Lu Yi, who had concealed himself, released a bit of his aura. Only then did Ing Wuji's heart calm down. It was not until evening that the spirit artifact showed signs of descending. A moment later, in a desolate mountain range, the spirit artifact stopped. From the spirit artifact, figures with heavy and tyrannical auras appeared, led by a man and a woman. Compared to the shabby clothes of the cultivators in the stronghold, these people from the sealed world were undoubtedly much more glamorous. A person who seemed to be an array cultivator walked out and set up an array around the spirit artifact to conceal the spirit artifact's whereabouts. The man and woman in the lead walked out of the spirit artifact and looked around. Immediately after, the woman held a jade slip in her hand and checked it for a moment, then said, "Senior Brother Yulong, according to the information left behind by the previous guide, there is a stronghold 50 miles to the east." Now, the human race was hiding in many strongholds, and it was impossible to find them easily. Therefore, the locations of strongholds were very important. Basically, the guides of the 3 secret realms had records of the strongholds, which would make it easier for the guides in the future to find people. However, most of the time the stronghold was empty and some strongholds were slaughtered by the Corpse Clan. Therefore, the information in the jade slip that belonged to the guides would change every time. This was the first time the 2 of them had taken on the role of guides. Although they were unwilling, they could only do the job well. "Let's go and take a look," the man called Zhou Yulong said, and took the lead to walk east. The woman followed closely behind. The spirit artifact didn't stop directly at the stronghold. This was a rule passed down from the sealed worlds. Because the spirit artifact was too obvious, it might be targeted by the Corpse Clan. If it stopped directly at the stronghold would be exposed. Once the people in the sealed worlds left, the people in the stronghold would have to face the danger of being attacked by the Corpse Clan. Therefore, every generation of guides strictly adhered to this rule. The 2 guides had already left. There were cultivators standing guard near the spirit artifact, and the array cultivator was still setting up the array. Ing Wuji was about to make a move when Lu Ye's voice sounded in his ear, "Sneak in." "That's exactly what I was thinking," Ing Wuji responded. Invisible and formless, the 2 figures crept towards the spirit boat. If the array was properly set up, even Lu Yi wouldn't be able to sneak in without a trace, let alone Ing Wuji. It was very likely that he would alert the cultivators on the spirit artifact. However, the array wasn't fully set up yet, so Lu Yi and Ingwuji had a lot of room to maneuver. Chapter 798. Regardless of whether it was Lu Yi or Ingwuji, they both had high attainments in the Tao of Concealment and Array Tao. Although the cultivators from the Hidden Realm were not bad, they were far inferior to the two of them. Even after the two of them had snuck into the array and boarded the spirit boat, the other cultivators did not notice them and continued to busy themselves. Considering that Ingwuji could not sense his presence, Lu Yi could only release a trace of his own aura and let him follow him. The spirit boat had 3 levels. The top level was where the 2 envoys resided. The man and woman from before had walked out from the side room at the top. The middle and bottom levels were where the cultivators of the Hidden Realm lived. These 3 levels were not suitable for long-term concealment. So after boarding the spirit boat, Lu Yi led Ingwuji straight to the bottom of the boat. He originally wanted to find a place to hide, but who would have thought that after arriving, he would sense the aura of many living people. However, these auras were not very strong. They were all at the spirit stream realm, and there were even many mortals. Lu Yi pondered for a moment and understood what was going on. The people here should be the people from the various human strongholds in the Hidden Realm. Yuan Xiang had said that there were people from their stronghold who had been taken away by the Hidden Realm. It seemed that the 2 of them were not very lucky. If they had not been attacked by the people of the Pure Land and stayed in that stronghold, they might have been able to meet them. Of course, the time was uncertain. They might have to wait for a long time. With this in mind, Lu Yi put away the Pan Shan saber and revealed himself from his concealed state. Seeing this, Ingwuji also released his concealed state. He and Lu Yi looked at each other and suppressed their auras as much as possible. Then they openly pushed open the door and entered. The bottom of the boat was a very large bunk. At this moment, there were many people inside. These people had been selected from various strongholds. Whether they were mortals or cultivators, they were all very excited. Because in today's world, almost everyone who was still alive had only one goal, and that was to enter the Hidden Realm. Entering the Hidden Realm meant that they would no longer have to worry about anything. Entering the Hidden Realm meant that they would have endless good food and endless cultivation resources. Joining the Mystic Realm meant that they could break away from their previous lives. Yuan Xiang was right. To the current human race, the Mystic Realm was like a holy land. When the door was pushed open, the noise inside stopped abruptly and many pairs of eyes looked over. Lu Yi and Ingwuji didn't care at all and simply walked straight in. Under everyone's puzzled gazes, they walked to a corner and sat down, appearing somewhat out of place. But after a while, the noise sounded again. The people here originally thought that the 2 of them were cultivators from the secret realm, so they didn't dare to make a noise. After they reacted, they mistakenly thought that the 2 of them were also being guided, so they didn't have too many concerns. There are quite a few of them. Ingwuji quietly looked around, and most of them are teenagers. Not only that, but there were also many children. From the looks of it, the selection criteria of the Mystic Realm was not based on cultivation or talent, but mainly on age. The younger one was, the easier it was to be selected. The 2 of them were considered quite old in this place, but it was understandable. The younger one was, the more malleable they were, and the easier it was to teach them. Perhaps it was for this reason that the Mystic Realm had such a selection criteria. Lu Yi sat with his eyes closed. He seemed to be resting, but he was actually listening to the various conversations around him and gathering information. However, the conversations of the teenagers who had gathered from all over the world didn't have much practical content. Most of them were imagining the beautiful life after entering the Mystic Realm, letting their imaginations run wild, imagining how wonderful life would be in the Mystic Realm. There were also some children who were in low spirits because they missed their parents. However, no matter how young the children were, they didn't cry or make a fuss because of this, because even they knew that when they left home, no one would pamper and coax them like their parents. From today onwards, they would either achieve meteoric success or fall into the dust. They could only rely on themselves to grasp the future. There was a lot of determination on the young faces. Ingwuji got up and walked out. After a while, he returned and mysteriously handed a set of tattered clothes to Lu Yi. Change. In the entire cabin there were 200 or 300 people, and only the 2 of them seemed out of place. It wasn't just because they were older, but also because of their clothes. The 2's clothes weren't bright. After all, one was a weapon cultivator and the other was a ghost cultivator. They were both cultivators who pursued cultivation and didn't pay much attention to their clothes. But compared to the clothes of the people around, no matter how plain they looked, they still stood out. Ingwuji noticed this and went to find someone with a similar build to him and Lu Yi to change into 2 sets of clothes. With the lesson learned from the previous stronghold at Drunk Mountain, he didn't dare to take out anything good this time and only used 2 pieces of jerky. Lu Yi took the clothes that were washed white and casually changed into them, then waited quietly with Ingwuji. After about an hour, the door to the cabin was pushed open again. This time, 5 thin and small figures walked in. The oldest was only 13 or 14 years old, and the youngest was only 5 or 6 years old. It seemed that these were the candidates that the 2 guides had picked up from the nearby strongholds. After a while, the spirit ship trembled slightly and the conversation in the cabin came to an abrupt end. Then there was a burst of cheers as children of all ages rushed to the window. As the tremors continued, the spirit ship rose into the air and rushed to the next stronghold. The children who occupied the window looked at the rapidly passing scenery below and the fluttering white clouds in front of the window, each one of them unable to express their excitement. After the spirit ship left for an incense stick to burn, the door to the cabin was pushed open again and 2 figures appeared in everyone's field of vision. These 2 people didn't say a word, only throwing a few things into the room before turning around and leaving. Lu Yi saw clearly that these were several large pieces of beast meat, and from the color and the faint smell of blood, these beasts had not been cooked. The meat had not been cooked, it was all raw meat. But even so, the moment the 2 people left, the children in the cabin boiled with excitement. One figure after another pounced on the large pieces of raw meat. Some of them immediately took a bite, but as soon as they took a bite, someone next to them punched them to the ground and snatched away the food in their hands. The cabin, already noisy to begin with, became completely chaotic. The children from various strongholds seemed to have turned into ferocious beasts, all of them emitting a ferocious aura. Those with cultivation were naturally at an advantage, while those without cultivation were out of luck. Screams and wails rang out incessantly. This. Ingwuji frowned at the sight. He couldn't imagine that these children would fight over a few large pieces of raw meat that had not been cooked. Just like that, there was even a little girl who had fallen to the ground, unable to get up and was trampled on. Just as he was about to make a move, a figure beside him flashed forward and reached out, pulling the little girl out of the crowd. The little girl was obviously frightened, her face pale. Even though she had been rescued, she couldn't help but tremble. She turned to look at Lu Yi, who had rescued her, and forgot to thank him. The large pieces of raw meat were quickly divided up. In the chaos, many children had bruised noses and swollen faces, and some were covered in blood. Those who got it were satisfied, while those who didn't were dejected. This was because they only provided 1 meal a day. If they didn't get it, it meant that they would have to starve for a day. Luia. Ingwuji's tone was somewhat grave. What the hell is this mystic realm? Through the ideas that Yuan Xiang had poured in before, he thought that the mystic realm of the unparalleled continent was the holy land of the human race. There was no need to worry about food, clothes, or cultivation resources. He also thought that the emissary of the mystic realm had chosen these people and brought them over to nurture them and continue the human race's torch. Yes, but looking at the big picture, just this alone made him feel that something was not quite right. The people in the mystic realm didn't seem to take the people in the strongholds seriously at all. Even if they provided food, it was as if they were feeding wild beasts. With such a way of doing things, it was simply a fool's dream to expect the people in the mystic realm to nurture them. He asked Lu Yi, but he had a bad feeling in his heart. Big brother, thank you. It was only now that the little girl who had been rescued by Lu Yi came back to her senses and thanked him. It was obvious that even a little girl, born poor, had a very good upbringing. Lu Yi shook his head slowly and took out a piece of jerky and handed it to her. Eat it. The little girl's eyes immediately lit up. She raised her head and glanced at Lu Yi. After confirming that it was for her, she grabbed it and lowered her head to gnaw on it. After a few bites, she stopped eating and stuffed the rest of the jerky into her arms. Obviously, she wanted to keep it for next time, so that she wouldn't go hungry if she couldn't snatch anything later. Ing Wuji tilted his head, his heart aching. He wanted to let the little girl eat all the jerky, but he didn't say it out loud. He and Lu Yi could protect this little girl for a while, but they couldn't protect her forever. Can I sleep here for a while? Although the little girl didn't know about worldly affairs, she knew that Lu Yi and Ing Wuji were two thighs. She knew nothing about cultivation, but Lu Yi and Ing Wuji's age was right there. They were the only people in this cabin. The two of them looked the oldest, and they were definitely the most powerful. Sleep. This time, without waiting for Lu Yi to speak, Ing Wuji agreed. The little girl smiled sweetly and found a place beside Lu Yi. She lay down, curled up into a ball, and slept quietly. Soon, her breathing evened out. The spirit ship would stop and set sail from time to time, and humans from the stronghold would constantly be brought over. After a few days, there were no more newcomers. Lu Yi and Ing Wuji were looking forward to it. Both of them sensed that this trip was probably coming to an end. This meant that these cultivators from the mystic realm were about to return to the mystic realm. Brother Shen. Shen Zhongqing walked on the road. When he met people he knew, he would greet them or nod to them. But no matter who it was, no one had any extra expression on their faces, as if they were indifferent to everything. To this, Shen Zhongqing was already used to it, because this was the Demon Suppression Department, an organization that maintained the stability of the Great Qin. Their main duty was to kill demons and monsters. Of course, they also had some other side jobs. It could be said that, in the Demon Suppression Department, everyone's hands were stained with a lot of blood. When a person was used to life and death, they would become indifferent to many things. When he first came to this world, Shen Zhongqing was a little uncomfortable, but as time passed, he got used to it. The Demon Suppression Department was very big. Those who could stay in the Demon Suppression Department were all powerful experts, or people who had the potential to become experts. Shen Zhongqing belonged to the latter. The Demon Suppression Department was divided into two occupations. One was the guardian, the other was the demon exorcist. Anyone who entered the Demon Suppression Department would start from the lowest level, the demon exorcist. Then they would advance step by step and finally have the chance to become a guardian. Shen Zhongqing's previous life was a trainee demon exorcist in the Demon Suppression Department. He was also the lowest level demon exorcist. He had the memories of his previous life. He was also very familiar with the environment of the Demon Suppression Department. It didn't take long for Shen Zhongqing to stop in front of a pavilion. Different from the other places in the Demon Suppression Department that were filled with killing intent, this pavilion was like a crane in a flock of chickens. In the bloody Demon Suppression Department, it presented a different kind of tranquility. At this time, the pavilion's door was open, and people occasionally entered and exited. Shen Zhongqing only hesitated for a moment, then stepped in. Entering the pavilion, the environment suddenly changed. A wave of ink mixed with a faint smell of blood hit his face, causing his brows to instinctively furrow, but quickly relax. The smell of blood on everyone in the Demon Suppression Department was almost impossible to wash clean. Chapter 799. It's finally over. In the side room on the top of the ship, Zhou Yulong let out a long breath, and his expression was quite relieved. The people struggling to survive in the stronghold only felt that these cultivators from the secret realm were very powerful and noble. But how could they understand their bitterness? If they were not forced to, if it were not for the ancestral teachings, who would be willing to leave the safety of the secret realm and run out to be a guide? In today's world, outside of the secret realm, there was no safe place. Although they had the spirit ship to rely on, along the way, they had repeatedly encountered the provocation of the Corpse Clan. There were many battles, and there were several times when they were almost wiped out. In history, there were precedents of the secret realm's spirit ship being destroyed by the Corpse Clan, an entire party being wiped out. For cultivators like them, who came from the secret realm and had been pampered since young, leaving the secret realm was equivalent to gambling with their lives. In the eyes of cultivators outside the secret realm, being a guide was a glorious job. No matter which stronghold they went to, the people in the stronghold would welcome them and warmly entertain them. However, for cultivators who came from the secret realm, no one was willing to easily touch them. However, if they wanted to climb to a high position in the secret realm, they had to do this job at least once. This was because the first-generation master of the secret realm had once set a rule that only by personally experiencing the difficulties of survival of the human race in the outside world could they understand how to cherish everything in the secret realm. The Zhou clan he came from had a high position and power in the secret realm. They jointly controlled the secret realm with several other clans. He himself had outstanding talent and had a powerful cultivation at a young age. He was the most promising new star of the Zhou clan in the future. Now that he had the experience of being a guide, he would definitely be able to find a good job after returning. In the next 10 years, he even had the chance to compete for the position of the Zhou clan's patriarch. When that time came, how glorious would it be? The continent was shattered. Outside the arcane realm, the human race was struggling to survive. Inside the arcane realm, there was peace and prosperity. Even the cultivators, after reaching the limit of their cultivation, did not have the desire to continue cultivating. Their nature of fighting for power and profit was exposed. The world didn't know what kind of filthy places were hidden in the so-called Holy Land. If they knew, perhaps many people wouldn't be so eager to enter the Holy Land. Speaking of which, although Zhou Yulong was forced to go out and suffer because of the ancestral teachings, he still felt quite emotional after really making this trip. The life of the people outside was too tough. There were few times when he couldn't help but want to pack up the people in the stronghold and take them away. The mystic realm was so big. It wasn't as if it couldn't accommodate those people. However, he could only think about it. If he really did it, it would be taboo. The secret realms were indeed huge and could accommodate many humans, but they couldn't accommodate all the remaining humans in the world, even if all 3 secret realms were opened. Therefore, he could only take in more youths and children within the scope of his authority. As for the fate of these people in the secret realm, it was not something that Zhou Yulong could worry about. At the very least, the environment in the secret realm was much better than the precarious outside. As long as they did not make too big of a mistake, staying alive was not a problem. In today's world, living was more important than anything else. As if thinking of something, Zhou Yulong suddenly called out, "Men!" Immediately, someone pushed open the door and entered. It was a female cultivator with delicate features. She was also a servant of the Zhou clan. She bowed and cupped her hands. "Sir, we're going back soon. Tell them to boil some hot water. Let the children bathe and bring them back clean. They can't stink like this." "Yes," the female cultivator replied, then turned and went to work. After a short while, the door to the bottom of the cabin was pushed open. A group of youths and children watched as the cultivators bustled about. In a short while, 10 wooden buckets filled with water were lined up in a row in the spacious area. A man stepped out with his hands behind his back. "Sir Yulong has taken pity on you, and specially ordered us to prepare these, so that you can wash yourselves clean and enter the secret realm. You have 1 hour. Hurry up." With that, he impatiently turned and left. For someone like him, if it wasn't for the fact that he needed to do something, He wouldn't want to stay a moment longer in such a smelly environment. The cultivators also turned and left, leaving behind the group of youths and children looking at each other in dismay. In the new era, there was a shortage of survival materials, including clean water. From childhood to adulthood, these people had to be very careful with the water they drank, let alone bathing. Many people might not even bathe once in 2 or 3 years. Now, looking at these 10 wooden buckets filled with clean water, many of them were not used to it. After a long while, someone stepped forward and cupped a handful of water with both hands, drinking it in large mouthfuls. In another moment, the 10 wooden buckets were surrounded by figures drinking water. Zhou Yulong naturally didn't expect that more than half of the clean water he ordered for bathing would end up in the stomachs of these youths and children. Only after everyone had drunk enough did they begin to bathe. The water was cold water. Even though Zhou Yulong ordered his subordinates to boil some hot water, who would go through the trouble for the lowly lives of a group of strongholds. In any case, Zhou Yulong wouldn't personally come down to investigate. No one fell into the wooden buckets. They all stood by the buckets and only took a small amount of water to wash their dirty bodies under their clothes. Saving everything that could be saved had already become an instinct engraved in their bones. "Big brother, aren't you going to bathe?" The little girl who had been saved by Lu Yi came back with her hair dripping wet. Seeing Lu Yi and Yingwu Ji sitting there indifferently, she couldn't help but say, "You should go bathe. They say that whoever can wash clean will leave a good impression on those important people when they enter the hidden territory. Maybe they will take you as a disciple." "We don't need to." Yingwu Ji smiled at the innocent little girl. "Besides, we're both so old. Those important people probably won't take a liking to us. You just have to do your best." The little girl's expression immediately became hopeful. More than an hour later, the cultivators from before appeared and took away the wooden buckets. The middle-aged man who had spoken earlier also came in and shouted, "Little hairy ones, hurry up and get moving. We're home." This one sentence caused the entire cabin to boil. He shouted, "Don't make a ruckus, don't push. When you leave this place, behave yourselves. If anyone dares to break the rules, I'll teach them a lesson." Everyone immediately quieted down. Under his deterrence, the youths and children in the cabin formed a somewhat scattered line and walked out one after another. The little girl was about to call out to Lu Yi and Yingwu Ji, but when she turned her head, the two of them were already gone. She couldn't help but jump in fright, almost wondering if she had seen a ghost. The spirit ship had already docked on a bare mountain peak. Zhou Yulong was standing side by side with the woman who had acted with him before. He held a golden plate in his hand and looked down. Before leaving the hidden territory, the Zhou clan patriarch had already told him that he had to arrive here at a specific time and wait here, because at this time the hidden territory would drift to this place. At this position, with the help of the special spirit weapon in Zhou Yulong's hand, he could open the door to the hidden territory. If he missed this time, even if it was a cultivator from the Zhou clan like Zhou Yulong, it would be extremely difficult for him to return to the hidden territory. The golden plate in his hand was the spirit weapon that opened the door to the hidden territory. There were 2 golden plates, one yin and one yang. Zhou Yulong activated the power of the golden plate, and the person in the hidden territory who had the corresponding golden plate would be able to sense it and check the situation outside. After confirming that there was nothing wrong, he could open the door. Such caution was naturally to prevent the golden plate from falling into the hands of the corpse clan. If the door was opened without further investigation, it would be over if the corpse clan attacked. On the mountain peak, Zhou Yulong waited impatiently. He looked at the golden plate in his hand and looked at the sky. It wasn't until the sun was high in the sky that his expression shook and he let out a long breath. "The time has come." As he spoke, he channeled his spirit energy into the golden plate. In an instant, golden light shone brightly on the mountain peak. All the cultivators couldn't help but narrow their eyes. The golden light flowed like a real object. There seemed to be a crack in the void, allowing the golden light to flow into it. The light continued to dim. Zhou Yulong nervously stared at the place where the golden light flowed. After a long while, the originally dim golden light suddenly became bright. Zhou Yulong's heart relaxed, knowing that someone was waiting for him in the hidden territory. The golden light continued to surge, and then turned into a door, standing upright on the mountain peak. The door was not big, and could allow 3 or 4 people to enter side by side. Beside the door frame, golden light flowed, and it was magnificent. "Everyone, thank you for your hard work. I'll go first," Zhou Yulong said, and led the woman beside him. With one step, he stepped into the door. The door was like the mouth of a ferocious beast. The moment the 2 of them stepped in, it disappeared. In the Silver Snake Valley hidden territory, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was abundant. In front of the golden door, cultivators from several great clans stood guard. In addition to these cultivators on the surface, there were many people hiding in the dark. This place was also covered by a large formation. Within the hidden territory, the security at the door was the tightest. Throughout the year, there were large numbers of cultivators standing guard, whether in the open or in the dark. Although there had never been any accidents in all these years, it was still necessary to be on guard. A few hundred years ago, the number of cultivators guarding this place was more than 5 times more than now. However, as time passed, the security here eventually became lax. "Yulong." Seeing Zhou Yulong's figure, a middle-aged man with a heroic figure greeted him. Seeing how he addressed Zhou Yulong, it was obvious that this person was also from the Zhou clan. "Third uncle." Zhou Yulong bowed to the middle-aged man. Third uncle immediately reached out to help him up. He looked him up and down, patted his shoulder, and praised. "You've had a hard journey." Zhou Yulong said, "It's my duty. Third uncle is too serious." While they were exchanging greetings, on the other side, the woman who came back with Zhou Yulong was also greeted by her clansmen. The woman's name was Ning Tong Tong, and she came from the Ning clan, one of the great clans in the hidden territory. The Zhou clan and the Ning clan had been on good terms for generations, and there were many marriages between them. The elders of the 2 clans now had the intention of matchmaking the 2 of them, so this time the 2 of them were in charge of receiving them. Chapter 800. Inside the secret realm, the cultivators on duty from the Zhou clan and the Ning clan welcomed them warmly. Zhou Yulong and Ning Tong Tong, while the people from the other 3 clans were indifferent. They watched from the sidelines. The golden door stood tall, and people kept walking out from it. Those humans who had come to the secret realm for the first time had never felt such a dense spirit chi of heaven and earth, and had never smelled such a clear aura before. Although their faces were filled with excitement and shock, they suppressed the excitement in their hearts and did not dare to make a ruckus or become restless. The cultivators in charge of receiving this group of people led them to the side one by one. The first place they had to go to in the secret realm was the Enlightenment Division. Regardless of whether they had a cultivation base or not, they had to stay in the Enlightenment Division for 3 years or even longer. The Enlightenment Division would teach them the many rules of survival in the secret realm, and at the same time instill them with the idea of the 5 great clans being supreme. Only by passing some of the tests of the Enlightenment Division could they leave that place, or be chosen by the large and small clans to become servants, or be sent to various places to do manual labor. After thousands of years, the human race seemed to have been divided into 2 parts: the human race of the secret realm and the human race of the stronghold. In the eyes of the former, the latter were mostly wild beasts that drank raw meat and drank blood. In such an environment, it would be extremely difficult for the human race to make a name for themselves if they were taken into the secret realm. The matter of receiving people went smoothly at first, and the humans of the stronghold walked in one by one. Ing Wuji mixed in with the crowd and activated his concealment technique. As soon as he stepped in, the children in front and behind him did not notice at all. Almost at the same time that Ingwuji stepped into the Silver Snake Valley secret realm, the golden light, standing on the ground, suddenly shone brightly. The golden light was like a sea, shining in all directions. In the sea of light, Ingwuji's figure suddenly appeared. The people of the Zhou clan and the Ning clan who were talking suddenly turned their heads to look. The cultivators on duty from the other clans also revealed astonished expressions. For a moment, they did not react to what had happened. On the other hand, Ingwuji's reaction was extremely fast. Although he didn't know what kind of method this door had to break through his concealment technique, the moment his figure appeared, he had already flown into the air and fled into the distance. "Merge with me," a stern voice rang out. The cultivators on duty in the secret realm finally regained their senses. The main reason was that in all these years, no one had ever trespassed into the mystic realm without permission. This was the first time they encountered such a thing, so their reaction was slow by half a beat. When Ingwuji leaped, several cultivators joined forces to activate the great formation that covered the area. In a split second, the stars moved and the scenery changed. Ingwuji, who was in the air, felt as if a mountain was pressing down on him. He fell straight down. At this moment, Ingwuji could be said to be both shocked and angry. Originally, he was confident in his concealment skills and wanted to sneak into this secret realm quietly. Who would have thought that as soon as he entered, his whereabouts would be exposed and he would fall into the enemy's great array? As he fell, he saw streaks of golden light shooting toward him from all directions. They were rope-shaped spirit artifacts. His heart thumped wildly. He knew that he couldn't let these spirit artifacts touch him. At first glance, he could tell that these spirit artifacts were similar to the dragon binding rope. They had the effect of binding and capturing people. He hurriedly urged his spiritual energy to forcefully twist his body. However, several figures had already charged out. Each of them surged with spiritual energy and attacked him wildly. Ingwuji was a little dazed from the attacks, and his heart was unsettled. There are more people. Another cry of surprise rang out. It was Lu Yi who had followed behind Ingwuji, who had also been exposed. He frowned. Although he didn't know what the problem was, he understood that the mystic realm probably had some method to monitor people who wanted to sneak in. Or perhaps the mystic realm had some special ability that left some kind of mark on the humans who had been received. Those who had this mark would be safe and sound in the mystic realm. Those who didn't have this mark would have nowhere to hide. Lu Yi vaguely felt that it was the latter. He had just arrived here and didn't understand the situation. Moreover, his original intention in coming to the mystic realm was to borrow the power of the mystic realm cultivators to fight against the corpse race. Naturally, he couldn't start a massacre and make things too tense. Therefore, he immediately activated the insight spirit inscriptions to enhance his eyes and observe the nodes of the great array. He just happened to see Ingwuji being tied up tightly by rope-like spirit artifacts. He fell pathetically from the air. With Ingwuji's problem solved, many of the cultivators on duty immediately joined forces to attack Lu Yi. Lu Yi hesitated for a moment and didn't choose to save Ingwuji. Instead, he turned and ran in a certain direction. Several array flags appeared in his hand, and he raised his hand to throw them out. The formation flags swayed in midair. As Lu Yi channeled his spirit energy, a hole was torn in the formation. He rushed out of the formation's range in a flash and fled into the air. Ingwuji, who was tied up on the ground and couldn't move, saw this scene and his heart turned cold. Inexplicably, a sentence appeared in his mind. Husband and wife are birds in the same forest, but when disaster strikes, they fly separately. Lu Yi, this bastard, abandoning him was a little too decisive. However, he knew in his heart that in this situation, Lu Yi's best choice was to escape immediately. Otherwise, when the battle started, not to mention whether he could save him, if he really killed someone, it wouldn't be good for them. As for whether Lu Yi would fall here, Ingwuji didn't think about it. After him, more than 10 cultivators on duty chased after Lu Yi's figure. The rest of the cultivators were on high alert just in case. Among the 5 great clans, a cultivator from the Wei clan shouted, "Zhou Yulong, who did you bring back?" Zhou Yulong was dumbfounded. Who could he have brought back? This time, when he and Ning Tong Tong went out, the ones who brought along were all troublesome youths and children. Those 2 people came from the medical field. She had never even seen these 2 people before. However, he knew in his heart that if he didn't solve this problem properly, then not only would all his hard work be wasted, it would also affect his future prospects. Thinking of this, he looked at Ingwuji and his expression darkened. The Silver Snake Valley secret realm, which had been peaceful for nearly 1,000 years, suddenly became lively. In the sky and on the ground, groups of cultivators patrolled everywhere, as if they were looking for something. At the beginning, the large and small clans in the secret realm didn't know what was going on, but there was no such thing as an airtight wall in this world. The news of an enemy invading the secret realm spread like wildfire. Although one of them was captured on the spot, there was still one free and unfettered outside. If they didn't find this person, how could the people in the secret realm be at ease? However, even if the cultivators in the secret realm dug 3 feet into the ground, they still couldn't find any trace of that person. For this reason, Ingwuji, who was captured, suffered a lot. In order to pry open his mouth and investigate Lu Ye's information, the Silver Snake Valley's people immediately began to torture Ingwuji, who was imprisoned in the Serene Prison. The secret realm of the Drama Continent, according to Yanwu, could be considered a small world. It was just that its body wasn't as vast as the Wushuang continent. The outside world was ravaged by the Corpse Clan, and the human clan had no place to stand. However, this place was not affected at all. It was a bustling and auspicious scene. In the entire Silver Snake Valley secret realm, there were large cities and small cities. The largest 5-element city was the place where the 5 great clans resided. It was also the central area of the entire secret realm. 16 small cities were distributed around 5-element city. They were arranged according to a fixed pattern, like crescent moon, as if they were secretly in some kind of formation. However, such a huge formation was completely unable to be activated by the current strength of the 5 great clans. That was the method left behind by the divine sea realm cultivators before the Wushuang continent was shattered. At this moment, within an empty house in 5-element city, Lu Yi sat silently on an armchair while playing with something that seemed like a crystal in his hand, and he had a leisurely expression. The Silver Snake Valley secret realm had sent out a large number of people to search for his traces. However, no one would have thought that he actually sneaked into 5-element city quietly, right under the noses of the 5 great clans. The object in his hand was the Tianji pillar that had been preserved by Tianji through some inexplicable method. The moment he entered the Wushuang continent, Lu Yi received instructions from Tianji to save this broken Wushuang continent. This was undoubtedly an arduous and dangerous task. Otherwise, Tianji would not have prepared such a luxurious lineup. After coming to the Wushuang continent, he learned a lot of information. However, Lu Yi still did not have much clue on how to save this world. He originally wanted to unite the power of the 3 secret realms and work together to eradicate the Corpse Clan. This way, the crisis of this world could be resolved. However, if he wanted to do this, there would be many difficulties. Other things aside, just look at the Silver Snake Valley secret realm. The cultivators were already used to such a life and did not have any thoughts of leaving this place to fight against the Corpse Clan in the outside world. What could Lu Yi use to move them and make them bear the risk of losing their lives? Lu Yi was not sure about the situation of the other 2 secret realms. However, he was sure that even if he talked until his mouth was dry, he would not be able to move them. It was even more unrealistic to use force. After all, he was alone. Even if he counted Ingwuji, there were only 2 of them. Moreover, Ingwuji had fallen into the hands of others. At this moment, Fengyu had a vague feeling. The 9 Continents Tower still had not solved the problem of the 3 forces. Only the cultivators of the 9 continents had the courage to face the Corpse Clan. The Tianji pillar that was sealed in his hand was the best answer. Tianji had already handed the solution to the problem to him. It was just that he had not seen it clearly. He stood up and pulled out the Pan Shan saber. He dug a hole in the ground in front of him. Then he planted the sealed Tianji pillar in his hand and filled the hole with soil. As the saying goes, you reap what you sow. Today he planted a Tianji pillar here. In the future, he would probably be able to grow a Tianji pillar. After doing all this, he took out the sound transmission stone to contact Ingwuji. Without needing to borrow the power of the Silver Snake Valley, he would have fewer restrictions when doing things. No matter what, Ingwuji was now his companion. Previously, he had no choice but to save him. Now it was time to save him. Chapter 801. In 5-Element City, in a grand hall, many figures were seated. There were only a dozen or so people in the hall. However, these dozen people were the 5 great clans that jointly controlled the Silver Snake Valley Secret Realm. Every one of them had a high position. The people of the 5 great clans all had the goal of stepping into this hall. Zhou Yulong originally had hope. However, if this matter could not be resolved properly, then forget about stepping into this hall in the future. He might not even have the chance to become the Zhou clan's patriarch. Although the Silver Snake Valley Secret Realm was jointly controlled by the 5 great clans, a snake could not do without a head. Hence, they still needed a master of the secret realm. The ancestors of the 5 great clans had once set a rule that the position of the master of the secret realm would be taken by the 5 great clans' patriarchs in turns every 10 years. This round's master of the secret realm was the Chu clan's patriarch, Chu Wu. He sat in the most central position. On his left and right sides were the patriarchs of the other 4 great clans. Below them were the 5 great clans' patriarchs in their respective areas. There were 2 people from each clan. These 15 people were the highest level of the entire Silver Snake Valley Secret Realm. At this moment, there was a storage bag and a crystal-like item that was being passed around in the hands of a group of people. Everyone who finished checking the storage pouch had a serious expression on their faces. There was no other reason. Although there were not many things in the storage bag, every single item was enough to move them, especially those elixirs. Each of them was of excellent quality. It could be seen that the alchemist who refined these elixirs was extremely skilled. The alchemists of the Silver Snake Valley could not be compared to the other party. There were also those spirit weapons and spirit fruits that even they couldn't name. The group of people were all people of high position. When they saw the items in the storage bag today, they could not help but feel that their horizons had been broadened. It was hard to believe that there were such things in this world. If the Silver Snake Valley had an alchemist who could refine such elixirs, then the younger generation would definitely grow faster. What we can confirm is that these 2 people came from the other 2 secret realms. As for which one, we have no way of knowing for now, an old man suddenly said. This kind of wealth was not something that a cultivator from a stronghold could possess. Moreover, the concealment methods that Ingwuji and Lu Yi had displayed before were also extraordinary. If it wasn't for the fact that everyone who was received had it on them, because of the imprint, the 2 of them would not be exposed. Perhaps someone else could sneak in without them noticing. Could it be someone from the Ziwei Dao Palace? Someone frowned and guessed. Ziwei Daoist Palace has been thinking about counterattacking the Corpse race all these years, and they have repeatedly negotiated with us and Mount Meru. Could it be that they have lost their patience and are plotting something? It's just 2 people. What kind of scheme can they come up with? There's one thing that puzzles me. Could it be that these 2 people don't know that rashly entering like this will expose their whereabouts? If they were really from the Ziwei Dao Palace, they would not have been so reckless. However, based on the information they had gathered, the 2 of them were clearly surprised after being exposed, as if they did not expect to be exposed. This kind of reaction did not seem to be from a mystic realm, but more like a cultivator from a stronghold outside. But which stronghold's cultivator could have such a high net worth? It was impossible for people outside to have such good things. Compared to the things in the storage bag, I'm more interested in this thing. Another old man pinched the stone-like object. What is this? A spirit artifact does not look like a spirit artifact, but there are traces of refinement. When I pour my spirit power into it, there are some strange reactions. Ingwuji had been captured, so his things were naturally confiscated. Apart from the storage bag, there was also a crystal that he carried with him. However, no matter how the group studied it, no one could recognize what it was. This is a sound transmission stone. An unfamiliar voice suddenly rang out in the hall. Everyone was stunned, because this voice did not belong to any of them. Soon, everyone reacted and looked at the strange crystal. That voice was clearly coming from the crystal. The old man holding the crystal trembled, and the stone almost fell to the ground. In such a large hall, it was so quiet that even a needle could fall. Everyone's eyes met, and it was difficult to hide the shock in their hearts. A sound transmission stone, this thing was only in legends. It was said that before the heavens' transformation, the unparalleled continent also had this kind of thing. Cultivators could use this item to communicate with each other from far away. However, after the heavens' transformation, the method to refine this item had long been lost. Even the three great mystic realms did not have the ability to refine it. Who would have thought that today everyone would see such a legendary item? Thinking back to the various information about the sound transmission stone, everyone immediately reacted. At this moment, there must be someone holding the corresponding sound transmission stone and was communicating with them somewhere. When the old man channeled his spirit energy into the sound transmission stone, the conversation between them was transmitted to the other party's ears without missing a single word. Everyone was furious. Even though they didn't read any confidential information, it was still embarrassing for them to be eavesdropped on like this. You are the person who entered the mystic realm. The old man holding the crystal urged his spirit power and asked the sound transmission stone. Everyone else listened closely. There was a quick response, "That's me." The old man sneered. "You are so young, but your courage is not small. Trespassing into my Silver Snake Valley mystic realm, and now you dare to take the initiative to contact us?" According to the information they received, the two people who broke into the mystic realm were not young. They were all quite young, especially the one who ran away. His cultivation seemed to be at the 8th order Cloud River realm. His strength was not bad, and his speed was quite fast. More than a dozen cultivators on duty at the gate had chased after him, but they were soon left behind. Lu Ye's voice sounded from the sound transmission stone. "I have a companion who has fallen into your hands. I would like to trouble you to let him go. As for the conditions, you can name them. I will agree to anything that can be fulfilled. Do you think you can escape? No matter where you are from, I will find the Silver Snake Valley mystic realm. You will not have a good ending. If you know what's good for you, you will obediently show yourself and you will suffer less. If you are caught, your life and death will not be up to you." The old man snorted. Everyone else was silent, allowing the old man to communicate with Lu Yi. Obviously, they all tacitly agreed with his words. From their standpoint, they naturally would not let Wu Ji go so easily, and Lu Yi was also someone they had to capture. No matter what, they had to figure out the origins of these two people, and if possible, find out the method to refine the sound transmission stone. If they could figure this out, it would be much easier to contact the cultivators in the mystic realm in the future. "I understand." A sentence came from the other side of the sound transmission stone, and there was no more sound. No matter how the old man urged his spirit chi to communicate, there was no response. The old man was so angry that he almost crushed the sound transmission stone. "The newborn calf is not afraid of the tiger," someone mocked. Lu Yi was only at the 8th order Cloud River realm, so they did not put him in their eyes. Although the Silver Snake Valley mystic realm did not dare to go out and fight against the corpse race, The strength they had accumulated over the years was not to be underestimated. Even if he was proficient in concealment, what could he do? If he really dared to show himself, he would only follow in his companion's footsteps. After a while, the meeting ended and everyone dispersed. In a house in the east of the city, Wei Wuguang returned. As the patriarch of the Wei family, he was the strongest and oldest in the Wei family in terms of cultivation and experience. In the next 10 years, it would be the Wei family's turn to be the master of the mystic realm. At that time, with his ability, he would definitely be able to lead the Wei family to a higher level. In today's meeting, whether it was the spirit pill or the sound transmission stone, they had caused the people of the various great families to become restless. Two brats of unknown origin who came here with such tempting treasures were naturally coveted. If the Wei family could obtain the refining methods of these two items, they would definitely be able to suppress the other 4 great families. In the future, there would no longer be the rule of changing positions every 10 years. At that time, the Wei family would be the master of the mystic realm, but he also knew that the two did not know the refining methods of the spirit pill and the sound transmission stone. Even if they did, the Wei family might not be able to monopolize them. He believed that the other old men were also thinking about this. Those old foxes were not easy to deal with. If they really wanted to scheme, they would have to join forces with one of them. The Zhou family and the Ning family could be excluded. These two families had been as close as wearing a pair of pants for thousands of years. If they really joined forces, they would only be eaten clean. Then, only the Chu family and the Long family were left. Thinking like this in his heart, Wei Wuguang entered the side room and sat down. He waited for a moment. Unexpectedly, no one came to serve him tea. Wei Wuguang frowned and shouted, "Servants!" As his voice fell, the female servant who was usually at his beck and call did not respond at all. Wei Wuguang's face darkened. These servants were becoming more and more unruly. It seemed that he would have to throw them back to the discipline department to properly educate them. Just as this thought flashed through his mind, Wei Wuguang felt that something was wrong. When he turned his head to look to the side, he suddenly felt his hair stand on end. It was because on a chair not far from him, there was a young man who was lazily leaning against the back of the chair with one leg crossed over the other. A long saber was casually placed on his leg. When Wei Wuguang was shocked. He did not notice that there was someone next to him. He quickly calmed his mind and looked at Lu Yi thoughtfully. "You are the outsider who violated the rules?" He understood that this intruder was not ordinary. He did not notice the other party before because the other party had been in a state of concealment. His expression did not change, but his heart was furious. This young man had guts to dare to trespass into the Wei family's territory. "You did not seem to agree with my previous proposal." Lu Yi looked at Wei Wuguang. As soon as the other party opened his mouth, Lu Yi recognized him. The one who used the sound transmission stone to communicate with him was this old man. This was a coincidence. He waited here purely to get an important person from the Wei family. He did not expect to meet such a big fish. Chapter 802. Since entering 5 Element City, Yi had begun to secretly spy on the situation, and Lu Yi had more or less learned about it. He knew about the situation in 5 Element City and the status of the 5 great families. He wanted to save Ying Wu Ji, but the 5 great families were not willing to let him go and even had ideas about him. So there was only one thing he could do: give them a taste of their own medicine. Capture one person from each of the 5 great families in exchange for Ying Wu Ji. This wasn't a difficult task for him. As for breaking into the dungeon and rescuing Ying Wu Ji, he did not know the exact location of the dungeon. It must be heavily guarded, and even with his ability, he might not be able to escape. Come, remember the website. Such a large sealed world that could exist for thousands of years must have its own heritage. You came here to take this old master in exchange for your companion. Wei Wuguang was old and cunning. Although he had just met Lu Yi, He had seen through his intentions. Why not? Lu Yi gently stroked the hilt of his saber. Wei Wuguang was not annoyed, and instead laughed. I never thought that this old master would be looked down upon by others. Ho! His laughter suddenly stopped, and his tone became cold. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth, yet you dare to come to my Wei kingdom. Impudent! As soon as he finished speaking, the spirit energy around his body boiled, and an extremely powerful aura burst out from his seemingly old body. His aura was so powerful that it was like his vitality was burning like the sun. Without seeing how he moved, he had already arrived in front of Lu Yi and stretched out his hand towards Lu Ye's head. He grabbed towards the top of Lu Ye's head. Although he knew from the available intelligence that Lu Yi was only a Cloud River Realm 8th Order cultivator, he did not show the slightest bit of mercy. After living for so many years, he knew that even a lion would use its full strength to catch a rabbit. So even if it was even when facing opponents whose cultivation was lower than his, he would never underestimate them. This was why he was able to stand out in the Wei family when he was young and sit on the patriarch's seat. What's more, this young man in front of him was too important, and he had been thinking about how to take advantage of this situation. If he could capture him here, he might be able to get a lot of secrets out of him. However, the moment he made his move, his heart jumped, and he felt an inexplicable sense of unease. A feeling of safety quickly spread in his heart. Before he could react, a fiery red saber light slashed in front of him. Ah! Wei Wuguang cried out in alarm. His body, which was darting forward, suddenly changed direction like a broken piece of cloth. Like a bag flying out, blood splattering in the air. Rumble, he crashed into the screen at the side and fell heavily to the ground. When he got up in a hurry, his expression became serious. He looked at Lu Yi, who was slowly getting up from his chair, as if he had seen a ghost. Wei Wuguang subconsciously wanted to ask something, but when the words reached his mouth, he didn't know what to say. She knew what she should ask. What's wrong with this young man? He was clearly only an 8th Order Cloud River Realm cultivator. So how could he possess such abundant spirit energy? Such a powerful force, such a quick reaction? His strength was already at the peak of this world. However, when the young man stood up, he seemed to have lost all his strength. He saw a tall mountain, and the figure of the other party, which was not very tall, gave him an unforgettable feeling. Illusion. The indescribable pressure tightened his body, making him involuntarily recall the burdens of his youth. Rin Jie encountered an encounter when he was out. At that time, he had encountered the Iron Corpse commander under the Corpse Fiend, and the group of cultivators who had accompanied him had been wiped out. They were all slaughtered. In the end, he had no choice but to activate a life-saving Fey to escape. Tribulation. The distant memories churned in his heart, and he once again felt the taste of fear. The big hand that had originally grabbed Lu Yi was trembling violently, and there was a bloody wound on his palm. If he hadn't reacted quickly just now, he was afraid that this hand would have been gone. It turned out that he was the one who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Many thoughts flashed through his mind like lightning, and Wei Wuguang's figure suddenly retreated. He was about to break through the wall and leave this place. Although they had only exchanged blows for a moment, he could already feel the strength of the young man in front of him. If they were of the same age, he might still have the heart to compete with the other party, but after a long time he was in a high position and he was old. How could he still have the heart to compete? As the saying goes, the older a person is, the less courage they have. However, with this collision, it was as if he had hit an invisible barrier and it was forcibly bounced back. A spirit array? Wei Wuguang's face suddenly changed. He didn't know when this place had been set up. He suddenly understood. No wonder the rest of the Wei family didn't react to the change here. It had been concealed by the spirit array. He looked at the young man not far in front of him with lowered eyes and a saber in hand, walking towards him step by step. Wei Wuguang said straightforwardly, "Little friend, stop. What do you want to do? This old man will cooperate with you." This old man is so tactful. Lu Yi raised his eyebrows and nodded slightly. Then come with me. After a short while, the people of the Wei clan saw a scene that made them extremely surprised. They saw a wasty young man with a long saber strode in front with his head held high, and their family head followed behind as they walked out. Those servants of low status naturally didn't dare to ask too much, and only bowed respectfully to Wei Wuguang. Many of the Wei family's cultivators wanted to ask something, but they were all dismissed by Wei Wuguang in advance. It wasn't until they walked out of the Wei family's residence that Wei Wuguang let out a heavy breath and looked at the figure in front of him with a complicated expression. The other party didn't use any means to restrain him, and he even turned his back to him. It was as if he didn't care whether he would sneak attack him or not. As they walked out of the Wei family's residence, Wei Wuguang struggled in his heart several times, but in the end he didn't dare to take the risk. To be honest, he didn't even test how powerful the young man in front of him was, because he was a little powerless to resist a casual slash from the other party. The other party was so fearless. Either he was really stupid, or he believed in his own strength. From the Wei, he dared to sneak into the Wei family's residence alone and set up the array in advance. It was obviously not the former. In other words, he had absolute confidence in his own strength. If they really fell out, not to mention whether they could smoothly take down the other party, the Wei family would definitely suffer heavy casualties. As the head of the Wei family, he didn't dare to take the risk. After leaving the Wei family's residence, he didn't have the capital to take the risk and could only accept his fate. Fortunately, he had seen through the other party's thoughts and knew that the other party only wanted to save people, and he didn't feel any killing intent from the other party. Was this young man from Mount Meru or Ziwei Taoist Palace? It was very likely the latter. Only Ziwei Taoist Palace could cultivate such a talent. They walked all the way and soon arrived at a private house. Lu Yi pushed open the door and entered. Although Wei Wuguang was unwilling, he could only follow. Stepping into the courtyard, Wei Wuguang's body tensed up as if he had entered a dragon's den. There was clearly no one in the courtyard. He suddenly realized that there was an extremely shocking formation set up in this courtyard. Now that he had entered the array, his life and death were really in the other party's hands. Little friend, the Silver Snake Valley Mystic Realm is jointly controlled by the 5 great families. Even if you capture me, it's useless. Who knows? Someone might take the opportunity to anger you and use you to achieve their own goals. Little friend, you have to keep your eyes open for some unspeakable motives. Wei Wuguang spoke earnestly, afraid that Lu Yi wouldn't know. He was fooled by Lu Yi, who didn't understand the situation here. And at this moment, he also addressed Lu Yi in a much friendlier manner. I know. Lu Yi nodded and looked at him meaningfully. You'll have a companion soon. All right. With a companion, Wei Wuguang's eyes twitched. He obviously realized something and wanted to speak again. Lu Yi had already turned and left, leaving me alone. Wei Wuguang wanted to be angry and laugh at the same time. Even if there was really some shocking array here, the other party didn't have anyone to watch over him. He didn't take him seriously at all. As the thought flashed through his mind, he turned around and saw a whole body squatting on a chair. A snow-white, shiny little tiger cub. Their eyes met, and surprise flashed across Wei Wuguang's eyes. He could see that Hupo was extraordinary. He only vaguely felt that this shouldn't be an ordinary demon beast. It wasn't that no one was watching over him, but that the other party had left a demon beast here. But what could a demon beast do? Just as he was thinking this, he saw the little tiger cub use its claws to grab the array flag beside it. It gently waved the flag at him. Wait! Wei Wuguang raised his hand to stop it, but it was already too late. Thick fog rolled and completely enveloped him. There was murderous intent surging all around, making him not dare to move at all. A demon beast that could activate an array. In the fog, Wei Wuguang was completely dumbfounded. He only felt that what he saw was simply bizarre. At such an old age, He had really never seen such a spiritual demon beast. Outside the great array, Yi suddenly appeared, also holding an array flag in her hand. Wei Wuguang thought that Lu Yi had only left a demon beast here to watch over him. Hoopa wasn't the only one. Yi was there too. With the array he had personally set up, Yi and Hoopa could attack and retreat. If they encountered any accidents, they would have the ability to protect themselves. Looking after Wei Wuguang was naturally no problem. In the fog, Wei Wuguang didn't dare to move recklessly, afraid that he would accidentally trigger some array. He quietly sat down cross-legged. About 2 hours later, the fog in front of them suddenly tumbled. Before Wei Wuguang could react, a figure had already broken through the fog and crashed towards him. Wei Wuguang subconsciously thought that he had been ambushed. He raised his hand and pushed it forward. Spiritual power surged. This palm directly imprinted on the other party's chest. Wah! The other party opened his mouth, and blood mist sprayed onto Wei Wuguang's head and face. Hearing a familiar voice and looking up to see a familiar face, Wei Wuguang's eyelids twitched violently. Long Yu? Old Wei, you want to kill me? Long Yu was unable to restrain his anger, but he was already heavily injured. Wei Wuguang had mercilessly slapped his body. At this moment, he didn't even have the strength to get up. Ah, how did you react halfway through Wei Wuguang's words? This was obviously the companion that the youth had caught for him, after he had suffered under the other party's evil hands. Long Yu was no exception. What shocked him the most was that this efficiency was too fast. Ever since that young man left, he had already left. It had only been 2 hours. Moreover, this was Long Yu. Lu Win. Chapter 803. Among the 5 great families, there were many experts. In the Wei family, he was considered the strongest. But in the Long family, the strongest was not the Long family's patriarch, but Long Yu. His strength was even higher than Wei Wuguang's, and in the entire Silver Snake Valley, he was considered the strongest. Because of his unrestrained nature, he did not want to be entangled with worldly affairs, so he did not sit on the patriarch's seat. He only held the position of an elder in the family. But at this moment, the strongest expert in the Silver Snake Valley was lying in front of him like a dead dog. Wei Wuguang sized him up and clearly saw the few knife wounds on his body. How could he not know that Long Yu had suffered a great loss in the hands of that youth? From the injuries on Long Yu's body, it seemed that the youth had only used 3 knives. Wei Wuguang was horrified and glad. He was horrified because the youth's strength seemed to be beyond his imagination. Fortunately, he was tactful enough to cooperate early on when he saw that the situation was not good. Otherwise, Long Yu would not be the only one lying on the ground now. Although the 5 great families usually fought openly and secretly, they naturally had to be of one mind when facing an external enemy. Wei Wuguang quickly took out a healing pill to help Long Yu recover. At the same time, he explained the current situation to Long Yu. Long Yu was speechless. He had never thought that there would be a day when he would be reduced to a prisoner. Time passed. The small courtyard gradually became lively in the large array. After Wei Wuguang and Long Yu, Zhou Ding of the Zhou family came, Ning Bairan of the Ning family came, and Chu Anha of the Chu family also came. 5 great families, 1 person from each family, no more, no less, no more, neatly arranged. It was only half a day, and the 5 people who were captured were all the top experts of their respective families. Among them, other than Long Yu, who was seriously injured, the other injuries were not serious. It could be said that they were the model of a wise man who understood the situation. After talking about their experience of being captured, the 5 of them were silent and their mood was heavy. That youth could enter and leave the residences of the 5 great families as if he was in an uninhabited land. He was proficient in array formation and had powerful strength. Such a person, even the most outstanding cultivator in the history of the Silver Snake Valley, could not be compared to him. Fortunately, the 5 of them knew Lu Ye's purpose, so although they were trapped in the array, they were not too panicked. With that young man's strength, If he really wanted to kill them, they would have died long ago. Although Lu Yi was cautious in his actions, there had been a succession of cultivators from the 5 great clans who had either mysteriously disappeared or left of their own accord. This was especially so when they were at the Wei clan. He had led Wei Wuguang straight out of the Wei clan's main gate. Such an abnormal situation, naturally, could not escape the investigation of the cultivators of the 5 great clans. He didn't want to hide anything now that the 5 great clans had hostages in their hands. It was time to talk to them. In a small courtyard, Lu Yi sat upright on an armchair, the mountain coiling saber nimbly flying up and down, carving a crystal in his hand. The quiet and peaceful courtyard was suddenly shrouded in a murderous aura. The sound of clothes fluttering could be heard, and spiritual energy surged. Figures stood on the walls of the courtyard, looking down at him from above. Their expressions were full of vigilance, as if they were facing a great enemy. The door of the small courtyard was kicked open. Led by an old man, a group of cultivators with surging auras strode in. In an instant, the small courtyard was so crowded that not even a drop of water could trickle through. However, Lu Yi did not seem to notice as he continued to focus on the crystal in his hand. The mountain coiling saber nimbly trembled with an extremely small amplitude, causing fragments of the crystal to fly everywhere. This is... The eyes of the group of people who came aggressively lit up as they all looked at the crystal in Lu Ye's hand. Wasn't this the sound transmission stone? Looking at this young man's posture, it seemed that the sound transmission stone was made by him. For a moment, many people were tempted, and their expressions became fervent as they looked at Lu Yi. The old man in the lead pondered for a moment, slightly restrained the hostility on his face, and said, "Little friend, where are you from? How should I address you?" If Lu Yi was only powerful, then it was nothing. However, if he could really refine the sound transmission stone, then it would be of great value to the Silver Snake Valley Secret Realm. At the very least, with this thing, the communication between the cultivators in the Silver Snake Valley would become much more convenient in the future. "Are you the person in charge here?" Lu Yi did not raise his head and asked casually. The old man smiled and nodded. "This old man is Chu Ruoyu, the head of the Chu family, and also the Valley Master of the Silver Snake Valley. I can be considered the master of this secret realm. You can make the decision here." "Yes." Only then did Lu Yi raise his head to look at him. Immediately, with a wave of his hand, spiritual power surged, and the fog in the center of the small courtyard that was wrapped in fog quickly dispersed, revealing 5 figures trapped in the array. "Patriarch! Elder!" There was a burst of exclamations. Although the people of the 5 great clans had basically confirmed that the missing experts of their clans had been brought here through some clues, speculating was one thing, and seeing it with their own eyes was another. Moreover, at this moment, it seemed that the 5 people trapped in the array were almost all injured. Among them, the strongest, Long Yu, was the most seriously injured. Their hearts trembled, and they looked at Lu Yi with unkind and puzzled expressions. This young man really had guts. The 5 great families, no one was left behind, and a total of 5 people were captured here. This young man was really capable. In just half a day he had done such a thing. "Little friend, you mean?" Chu Ruoyu stroked his beard and looked at Lu Yi. Although he had guessed it in his heart, he still had to ask. "You have my people in your hands, and I have your people in my hands. Let's make a deal. You let my people go, and I will also let your people go." Sure enough, however, this young man did not hesitate to break into the residences of the 5 great families for the sake of one of his companions, and captured an important powerhouse from each family. It could be seen that he was also a righteous person. Chu Ruoyu's thoughts turned and he smiled slightly. This matter can be discussed, but before he finished speaking, the weapon box at Lu Ye's waist suddenly buzzed, and a stream of light shot out, directly attacking one of the 5 people trapped in the array. No one expected such an unforeseen event to occur. Only the person who was attacked felt a great sense of danger. However, just as he was about to resist, An inexplicable power descended from the sky, making him unable to move as if he was carrying a mountain on his back. With a light pucci, the imperial weapon pierced through the right side of the person's chest, bringing with it a burst of hot blood, which turned into a stream of light and returned to the weapon box at Lu Ye's waist. After the upgrade of the mountain pandao last time, Lu Yi had also changed his imperial weapons to magical weapons. Although there were only 3 of them, in terms of killing power and power, they were much stronger than before. With the help of the array, how could the person he attacked resist? And someone shouted and couldn't help but take a step forward. It was a powerhouse of the Chu family, but his body suddenly froze, and he shifted his gaze with difficulty, looking at the young man who was still sitting there. The moment he moved, he felt as if he was a sheep being targeted by a wolf, and a great danger was looming over him, making him feel that if he dared to take another step forward, he would die without a burial ground. Of the 5 people trapped in the array, Chu and he groaned, his hand accidentally covering his chest, and his face trembled incessantly. Why was it me? Why was it me? There were 5 people who were captured, so why was the young man the only one who hurt him? This kind of injury was not fatal, but the change in that moment was enough to show that the young man had the ability to take their lives at any time. The pretense of peace in Chu Ruoyu's eyes disappeared, and they became cold. How could he not know that this was a warning from the young man? Because he was a member of the Chu family, the other party attacked the Chu family. I will only talk about this matter, and there is no need to mention anything else. I want to see my companions within the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn. His tone was resolute, and there was no room for doubt or refutation. Chu Ruoyu squinted his eyes slightly and said indifferently, "Young friend, it is better not to be too ruthless. Leave some leeway for everything, and it is beneficial for you and for us." The weapon casket buzzed again, and when the flowing light shuttled back and forth, the expression of Chu and he, who was trapped in the array, immediately changed. Again, that familiar pressure came again, and he looked on helplessly as the flowing light pierced another hole in his body. Chu Ruoyu was furious, and he took a step forward and shouted, "Although the 5 great families of the Silver Snake Valley have been staying in the arcane realm for a long time, we do not lack the courage to perish together with the enemy. Young friend, although you control the life and death of the 5 of them, do you not care about the life of your companions?" Buzz, the Imperial equipment, flew out 3 times, and in the blink of an eye it flew back. Chu and he, who had 3 holes in his body, looked at Chu Ruoyu with a pale face, and his eyes were full of pleading. Although the young man had avoided his vital parts, this kind of injury was really unbearable for him. And if this went on, he was afraid that he would really die. He wailed in his heart, "Family head, oh family head, don't be so long-winded with him. Every word I say will add another hole to my body. I really can't take it any more. If you want to kill, then go ahead." Lu Yi looked at Chu Ruoyu calmly, and there was even a hint of provocation in his eyes. "Do you want to try?" Even though Chu Ruoyu thought that he understood people well, he could not understand what Lu Yi was thinking at this moment. Originally, he thought that Lu Yi was a righteous person, and for his companions who had fallen, he did not hesitate to take the risk alone, enter the residences of the 5 great families, and even left some clues, leading them here to confront him. But now it seemed that this young man did he not care too much about the life and death of his companions? Then what was he doing all this for? Indeed, in this chaotic world, people's hearts were unpredictable and hard to predict. Valley Head, brother, and his body is priceless, and we can't afford to lose him. This person is also vicious and merciless. Why don't we go along with his wishes first? Then we make plans? Someone came to Chu Ruoyu's side and softly advised. The main thing was that Chu and he was not the only one who was captured, and there were people from the 5 great families. Since that young man dared to make a move on Chu and he naturally dared to make a move on the others. At this moment, the 5 great families could be said to be bound together for good or ill, and they could not let Chu Ruoyu really enrage the other party. Otherwise, if someone died, there would really be no way to clean up the matter. Of course, more importantly, Chu Ruoyu needed a way out at this moment. 7017K. Chapter 804. Bring him over. Chu Ruoyu gave the order. The people from the great clans all let out a long sigh of relief. Someone immediately volunteered and quickly left. The small courtyard fell into silence once again. Although the experts of the 5 great clans had surrounded the place, Wei Wuguang and the others were trapped in the formation. Their lives were in Lu Ye's hands, so they did not dare to have any rash action. However, it could be seen from the constant exchange of gazes that their hearts were far from as calm as they appeared on the surface. They must have some thoughts. The 5 great clans had controlled the Silver Snake Valley secret realm for nearly 1,000 years. Here they were the heavens, the rulers. No one dared to resist him. When had they ever been so disrespected? Not to mention that the experts of the clan had been captured and their lives were out of their control. Even if Lu Yi had held back, he had already touched the bottom line of the 5 great clans. However, his previous ruthless style had undoubtedly made the 5 great clans fearful. Therefore, at this moment, no one took the initiative to say anything. They only angered him and made their clansmen suffer. In less than the time it took for an incense stick to burn, it was only the time it took to drink a cup of tea before Ing Wui, who was tied up in a wide range of purchasing tools, was brought over. It could be seen that Ing Wui had suffered a bit. At this moment, not only was his clothes naked, his face was also bruised and swollen. It was no wonder that the Silver Snake Valley wanted to inquire about him and Lui, so they naturally had to use some methods. However, the cultivators from the 9 regions were all tough, especially the core disciples of the top sects like Ing Wuji. Even if he was against Lu Ye's camp, how could he betray him at this time? Therefore, even though he had been humiliated, the Silver Snake Valley had not been able to find out any useful information from Ing Wuji. After being brought to the small courtyard and seeing Lu Yi sitting there, Ing Wuji's eyes couldn't help but moisten. He was truly moved. He had thought that he had fallen this time, and he had not expected Lu Yi to come and save him. After all, everyone was enemies in the 9 regions. Yes, he had even tried to kill Lu Yi before. Logically speaking, Lu Yi could completely abandon him. The reason he was captured had nothing to do with Lu Yi. It was entirely because of his own incompetence and lack of vigilance. Who would have thought that Lu Yi would actually save him? Moreover, looking at the huge formation in the small courtyard, Lu Ye was actually fighting against him by himself. The secret compilation of the Book of Resistance, Q Matter? Lu Yi raised his head and looked at him. I won't die. Ing Wuji grinned at him. When Lu Yi raised his head and raised his hand, the spiritual power of the formation that trapped Wei Wuguang and the others surged. Long Yu, who was injured, cried out in alarm. It was directly thrown out by an invisible force. A Long family cultivator with sharp eyes and nimble hands leaped up and caught Long Yu. After a brief examination, he discovered that although Long Yu's injuries were serious, he was still injured. Now that his life was no longer in danger, he nodded slightly at the Long family's patriarch. Let him go. Lu Yi looked at Chu Ruoyu. Chu Ruoyu frowned. Your Excellency, do you mean to exchange one life for another? A life for a life, fair and just. Lu Yi stood up slowly. He stood with his hands on his saber. As he stood up, the hearts of many experts in the small courtyard couldn't help but tighten. When he was sitting there, no one felt anything. But when he stood up, many cultivators felt something. He felt an immense pressure bearing down on him, as if the one standing in front of him was not a human, but an ancient ferocious beast that was about to devour him. Their hearts trembled. Or you can also choose not to exchange. As Lu Yi spoke, the weapon box at his waist buzzed, and 3 imperial equipment streaks of light shot out, landing squarely on Feng Wuji and the other's super gate T. His feet were flat, but no matter how hard he tried, Chu Xiu would still reach him. Murderous intent. No one dared to doubt him. At this moment, if Chu Ruoyu dared to say the word tenant, someone in this small courtyard would die on the spot. Calm down, little friend. Wait a moment. The group of people cried out in alarm, afraid that Lu Yi would really kill those people. Chu Ruoyu stared coldly at Lu Yi, his heart full of frustration. He was also an experienced person, but ever since he came to this small courtyard, when he saw this youth, he had always been led by the nose by the other party. How could he be willing to accept this? But now, even if they surrounded this place so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through, their situation was inferior. The youth in front of him had a ruthless and decisive style, which could be seen from how he left 3 holes in Chu on his body when he was slightly displeased. Seeing this, if the experts of the great families died here because of him, then he, as the master of the secret realm, would probably have to abdicate in advance. Let him go! Chu Ruoyu waved his hand. As the spiritual power surged, the spirit artifact that bound Ingwuji was taken away. Inwudi went to Shuiyong's side and turned his head. He felt a great sense of security, and his words were also in the area. He was angry. Where are my things? Although he had his own storage space like Lu Yi and didn't have many things in his storage space, he couldn't just let it be for free. Others took advantage of him. Give it back to him, Chu Ruoyu ordered again. Someone untied a storage bag from his waist and threw it to Ingwuji. He checked it for a moment and then raised his head. There's also a sound transmission. Stone. Chu Ruoyu raised his hand and threw Ingwuji's sound transmission stone back. That's more like it. Ingwuji snorted coldly. Dong. A sound rang out. Lu Yi held the Pan Shan saber in front of him and folded his hands on the hilt. Now we can talk about other things. Chu Ruoyu looked vigilant. What do you want to talk about? The method to contact the other 2 secret realms or find the entrance to those 2 secret realms. Also, we have to leave this place. Inside. As soon as he said this, not only did Chu Ruoyu frown, even the other cultivators in the small courtyard were puzzled. The 2 of you aren't from those 2 secret realms? Someone asked. Their new first Huang Zhe, Madleaf, and Ingwu Ji came out of the duo Su Si family's 4th secret. Ru Zue Lu, Jiesher Palace's secret realm, and Zhang Shilai was very impressive. It seemed like that wasn't the case. If they came from one of these 2 secret realms, why would they come to the Silver Snake Valley to inquire about those things? But if this person didn't come from those 2 secret realms, where could he come from? How could a stronghold outside nurture such a person? This was simply inconceivable. Chu Ruoyu also found it hard to believe. But if the other party was deliberately mystifying, it was obviously unnecessary. Many thoughts flashed through his mind, and he said in a deep voice, "Little friend, you're making things difficult. The 3 great secret realms of the human race are all extremely hidden. In the void, even if the people in this secret realm leave, they have to arrive at a specific place at a specific time and use spiritual objects to receive them. Only by guiding them can they open the door. How could my Silver Snake Valley have a way to find the other 2 secret realm portals? If there really was one, then those 2 wouldn't be at ease. What's the way to contact them?" Chu Ruoyu said. "It has always been the 3 great secret realms emissaries who meet outside that there will be some communication. There's no way to contact them, so we can't help you with what you're asking for." He didn't tell the truth, because the 3 great secret ants had an agreement in the early years that they would each send people to a certain secret realm within a year. Thus, they would exchange some information with each other, or they would talk about some important matters. Of course, he didn't need to tell Lu Yian about this kind of thing. Moreover, it was useless to say it because there was still a long time before the next 3 great secret realms. There was still more than a year before the 3 secret realms met. However, the Silver Snake Valley did not take the initiative to contact the other 2 secret realms, nor did they find the 2 secret realm portals. Ability. Those 2 didn't have it either. Lu Yian listened quietly and observed his expression. He felt that this old man didn't seem to be lying. He secretly had a headache. He had only walked through one secret realm, and there were already so many twists and turns. How could he find the other two? As for sending the two of you away, there's no problem. Chu Ruoyu paused. However, this old man also has a request. Speak. Other than letting those 4 people go, this old man wants the refining method of the sound transmission stone. From all the previous events, it could be concluded that the young man with the saber was able to negotiate the legendary area stone. As for the spirit pill, Chu Ruoyu didn't have the chance to give it to him. The refining method of the spirit pill was too interesting. It depended on the refining level of the alchemist and the supply of raw materials, so even if he got it, it might not be of much use. Moreover, the 2 people in front of him might not know the refining method of the spirit pill. Ing Wuji laughed. Old man, it's not a good thing to be too greedy. It's just a small request. I hope you can fulfill it. Chu Ruoyu ignored him and only looked at Lu Yi. Sure. What Chu Ruoyu and the cultivators of the 5 great clans didn't expect was that Lu Yi agreed so readily. After agreeing, he immediately took out a blank jade slip, activated his spiritual power, and imprinted the refining method of the sound transmission stone on it. Type. After that, he tossed the jade slip to Chu Ruoyu. So simple? Chu Ruoyu was stunned for a moment, almost suspecting that Lu Yi was up to something. He quickly immersed his mind and checked the jade slip. He looked at the contents, but couldn't find anything special. He didn't know much about refining weapons, so he passed the jade slip to a cultivator beside him to let him check if it was real or fake. That cultivator checked for a while before saying uncertainly, "There should be no problem." There was no problem. Lu Yi didn't hide the refining method of the sound transmission stone. As for whether the Silver Snake Valley could refine it, it wasn't something he needed to worry about. This thing wasn't difficult to refine, but it wasn't easy either. Lu Yi could easily refine it because he had the foundation of a spirit tattooist. Moreover, this wasn't something valuable, so Lu Yi didn't want to be entangled with them. It was more important to leave this place early and find the other 2 secret realms. The 4 of them. Chu Ruoyu looked at Wei Wuguang and the others who were trapped in the small courtyard. Lu Yi raised his hand, and the array flags were retrieved. In the small courtyard, the array was lifted instantly. Chu Ruoyu's eyes twitched, and he looked at Lu Yi meaningfully. It seems that you have absolute confidence in your own strength. Confidence. To hand over the refining method of the sound transmission stone so easily, and to let them go so easily, it showed that the young man in front of him had nothing to fear. This made Chu Ruoyu a little uncomfortable. All kinds of dangerous thoughts surged in his heart, but he couldn't make up his mind. First, the 2 of us only want to discuss this place. Of course, you can try to make us stay. Shang Ji looked calmly. He was Ruoyu. The 2 of them looked at each other. One was full of vitality, the other was as deep as the abyss. The atmosphere in the small courtyard immediately became hostile. After a long while, Chu Ruoyu let out a long breath. Heroes come from the youth? Chapter 805. Ing Wuji almost thought that the 2 sides were going to fight. After all, Lu Yi had released the hostages in his hands, and the Silver Snake Valley was no longer restrained. Instead, the 2 of them were surrounded by many experts of the 5 great clans, and the situation was bad. Of course, he did not doubt that Lu Yi had the ability to kill his way out of here, but he himself might not have the ability. He had already made up his mind that if they really fought, he must follow Lu Yi closely and must not fall into the hands of the 5 great clans again. Previously, he was careless and was captured. That was because he was stupid. If he was captured again, he would not have the face to ask Lu Yi to save him again. But who would have thought that after looking at each other for a long time, after a long sigh from Chu Ryu, the expected battle did not happen. That long sigh was not only Chu Ryu's praise for Lu Yi, but also his concession. He clearly realized one thing. If they really fought, the cultivators gathered around the small courtyard would probably suffer heavy casualties. So under Chu Ruoyu's command, a group of experts of the 5 great clans surrounded Lu Yi and Ingwuji and walked towards the direction of the door. It was both an escort and surveillance. After an hour, they had arrived at the location of the door of the secret realm. The cultivators on guard duty here obviously didn't know what was going on. When they saw a large group of people flying over from afar, they were all startled. When they went forward to ask for the reason, they understood that they were actually sending the 2 intruders out of the secret realm. For a moment, they were indignant. For so many years, other than the Silver Snake Valley who had brought in some humans from outside, no one had ever been tempted like this before. For so many years, no one had ever intruded into the Silver Snake Valley other than the human clan that had brought in from the outside. No matter what the intruder's background was or what his purpose was, this was a blatant invasion and a slap to the face of the Silver Snake Valley. So it was hard for them to imagine why the higher-ups would reach such an agreement with these 2 intruders. But since this matter had been decided, they could not interfere and could only follow orders. The so-called door was not a substantial door, but the space here was relatively weak, and there were means left by the great cultivators of the Silver Snake Valley in the early years that could be slightly controlled. In this way, the cultivators of the Silver Snake Valley had to pass through here if they wanted to enter the secret realm. I'll let you know. It's not easy to open the door, and it might take some time. I'll have to ask the 2 of you to wait. After landing, Chu Ruoyu said to Lu Yi and ordered the cultivators on duty, "Open the door!" Yes. The group of cultivators on duty accepted the order and immediately got busy. Lu Yi stood there quietly. Unlike Ingwuji, who was constantly on guard, Lu Ye's posture was relaxed, as if he didn't care about the gazes that were staring at him from all directions. But the more he acted like this, the more the cultivators from the 5 great clans didn't dare to act rashly. They didn't know how strong Lu Yi was, but they knew how strong Long Yu and Wei Wuguang were. This kind of person who could casually defeat Long Yu and Wei Wuguang and even easily capture them, how could his strength be weak? No one doubted that if someone really dared to provoke him, that seemingly harmless figure would definitely take action. As time passed, Lu Yi frowned. Too slow. It had been an hour since they arrived here, but the door still hadn't opened. From what he could see, the cultivators on duty who were in charge of opening the door were deliberately delaying it. He really didn't know how to open the door, but he could tell whether they were doing their best or not. Chu Ruoyu said, "The opening of the door has always been like this. Little friend, please, if the door doesn't open in the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the 2 of us won't leave." Lu Yi turned his head and looked at Chu Ruoyu coldly. Such an obvious threat immediately caused the cultivators around to burst into an uproar. Even Chu Ruoyu narrowed his eyes. "It's good that you won't leave. It's good that you won't leave." Ingwuji grinned, looking eager to try. Ever since he had arrived at the secret territory, he had been captured and imprisoned. After that, he had been tortured. His heart was filled with anger, and he had nowhere to vent it. If Lu Yi really wanted to start a massacre here, then it would be a great opportunity for him to exact his revenge. He would also let the 5 great families know why he, Ingwuji, had been able to obtain the 16th place in the Cloud River contest. Amidst the commotion, Chu Ruoyu raised his hand slightly, and the surrounding noise immediately quieted down. He avoided Lu Ye's gaze and looked at a cultivator on duty next to the door. "And Kong, if you don't care about the cost, can you open the door in the time it takes for an incense stick to burn?" Chu and Kong pondered for a moment, then raised his head and said, "Yes." "Then open it in the time it takes for an incense stick to burn." "Yes." Chu and Kong accepted the order and shouted, "Move faster!" "Then open it in the time it takes for an incense stick to burn." "Yes." Chu and Kong accepted the order and shouted, "Move faster!" Only then did Churyu look at Lu Yi. "Little friend, can you do as you wish?" "I hope so." The cultivators on duty indeed moved faster. Specks of golden light began to spread, outlining the shape of the door in the void. Lu Yi divided his attention, observing the door while remaining vigilant of all movements. Since things had reached this point, he didn't want to make any mistakes. Although he had reached a deal with the Silver Snake Valley, he could faintly feel that the Silver Snake Valley was up to something. It was definitely not just because they were afraid of him and wanted to send him away quickly. Looking at the door and thinking about everything that had happened before, he vaguely had some guesses in his heart. How long will it take to pass through? Lu Yi asked. Chu Ruoyu said, when the door is stable, you can pass through. Of course, if little friend wants to leave now, that's fine too. However, under the situation where the door is unstable, there might be some unexpected situations. For example, that's hard to say. In the end, this door is a method left behind by the great cultivators from 1,000 years ago. Now, we can only activate it slightly and don't know the reason. Chu Ruoyu reached out and stroked his beard, keeping it a secret. Lu Yi nodded slightly and suddenly turned to look at Chu Ruoyu. What's outside the door? Chu Ruoyu's stroking of his beard paused imperceptibly and followed up. Outside the door is naturally the Wushuang continent. The corners of Lu Ye's mouth curled up slightly and a sneer appeared. He took a step forward and walked towards the door. Ying Wuji had been paying attention to his movements and hurriedly followed after seeing this. The corners of Lu Ye's mouth curled up slightly and a sneer appeared. He took a step forward and walked towards the door. Ying Wuji had been paying attention to his movements and hurriedly followed after him. Chu Ruoyu's expression changed. Little friend, the door is not stable yet. There are many risks involved in passing through at this time. Please reconsider. Lu Yi pretended not to hear him, and his figure flickered as he stepped into the door. The golden door trembled slightly and showed signs of collapsing, but it quickly stabilized. Following closely behind Lu Yi, Ying Wuji also stepped into the door, and the two of them completely disappeared from everyone's sight. Chu Ruoyu's face sank, and he turned to Chu Ankong and asked, "Where is the door?" The others also paid close attention. The reason why they agreed to send Lu Yi and Ying Wuji away was because Chu Ruoyu and the other leaders of the 5 great families had their own plans. On one hand, they were afraid of Lu Ye's strength and did not want him to continue staying in Silver Snake Valley Sealed Realm. How could they allow others to sleep next to their bed? If such a person stayed in Silver Snake Valley, no one would be safe, so it was better to deal with him as soon as possible. However, although these people's strength wasn't too bad, they had long lost the courage and boldness to fight to the death, so whether it was Chu Ruoyu or the other leaders, none of them were willing to engage Lu Yi and Ying Wuji in a direct confrontation. If they wanted to deal with these 2 intruders but did not want to have any direct conflict with them, then there was only one way. Borrowing the hands of a corpse race powerhouse, the sealed realm drifted in the void and did not reveal itself. Although the trajectory of its movement was not fixed, there were still traces to follow. Each of the 5 great families had a cultivator who was responsible for calculating the location of the door. The person in charge of this was Chu Ankong. Opening the door would not be easy and would take a lot of time, but it was just a cover for Chu Ruoyu. Opening the door of the sealed realm did require some resources, but as long as it was done properly, the door could be opened in a dozen breaths. If it really took a long time, how could the envoys return safely? Therefore, when Chu Ruoyu said these words, Chu Ankong immediately understood his intentions. It was clear that he wanted to open the door at a specific location and send the 2 intruders out. After that, things were simple. Chu Ankong secretly calculated the location of the door, chose a suitable place, and kept delaying the time. But the result was not as he wished. The boy with the saber obviously noticed something. He not only urged Chu Ankong, but also moved before the door was completely stable. So the position of the door was not very ideal. Chu Ankong said it should be near Lin Sun's tomb. After thousands of years of accumulation, the Silver Snake Valley knew, which places on the Wushuang continent could safely open the door and where there were hidden dangers, but at least they knew most of them. Otherwise, the sealed realm could not open the door in a safe place every time to avoid some dangerous places. Lin Sun's tomb. A group of people heard this and took a breath of cold air. The corpse race was also transformed by the human clan. Lin Sun seemed to be a strong man on the Wushuang continent hundreds of years ago. Master Lin Sun. A group of people heard this and took a breath of cold air. The corpse race was also transformed by the human clan. Lin Sun seemed to be a strong man on the Wushuang continent hundreds of years ago. After turning into a corpse race, not only did his combat strength not decrease, but he also gained many abilities of the corpse race, which was extremely difficult to deal with. There were many strong men in the corpse race. The most powerful one was naturally the Golden Corpse King, and there were several corpse commanders under him who were also very powerful. Lin Sun's strength might not be as good as that of the corpse commanders, but it was not too far away. He had tens of thousands of corpses under his command, and they usually lay in the tomb to raise their corpses. Lin Sun's tomb was also listed as a forbidden place by the Silver Snake Valley. Within 30,000 miles, no one dared to open the door easily, for fear that Lin Sun would notice and come to find them. Although the opening of the door does not make a big noise, as long as it is not too far away, it should be able to alarm Lin Sun. Chu Wangkong said with a look of pity, "If we can delay it for half a day, we can directly open the door in the territory of the Silver Corpse Commander, and the two of them will definitely die." Chu Ruoyu shook his head slowly. This is also the best result. If we really open the door in the territory of the Silver Corpse Commander, it may not be a good thing for us. Let's use the heavenly mirror and see how those two brats who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth will die. He clicked to download the best book-chasing app. Many readers use this to read books aloud. Chapter 806. The Divine Mirror was also a treasure left behind by ancient cultivators. The cultivators in the secret realm could monitor the situation outside with this treasure. Under normal circumstances, before the Silver Snake Valley opened the door, they would activate the Divine Mirror to check the outside world. After confirming that there were no corpse clan ambushes outside, they would open the door. This time, in order to avoid giving themselves away, they did not activate it in advance. Lu Yi and Ing Wuji, the two outsiders, naturally knew nothing about this. As soon as Chu Ruoyu finished speaking, the cultivators on duty worked together to take out a treasure that looked like a bronze mirror and poured their spiritual power into it. Very quickly, ripples appeared in the copper mirror. It was as if a stone had been thrown into a calm lake, causing ripples to appear. As the ripples slowly stabilized, a scene of fishing from a high vantage point appeared in the bronze mirror. The group of people looked over, and two figures immediately appeared in their field of vision. It was Lu Yi and Ing Wuji. Dozens of miles away from the two of them, there was a huge yellow cloud that rolled and wriggled, sweeping over like a sandstorm. Even through the heaven-reflecting mirror, the Silver Snake Valley cultivators could feel the monstrous, ferocious power in the yellow cloud. Lin Sun was indeed alarmed. Someone was delighted. Now, these two can't live even if they want to. Valley Master's plan is unparalleled. He took care of them without bloodshed. How dare they break into the secret realm of our Silver Snake Valley? They really don't know what's good for them. Seduso CC first. It's a pity. These two people are quite strong. If they could be used by our Silver Snake Valley. The person who spoke slowly shook his head. Forget about the captured one. The strength of the youth with the sword was not quite good, but a little too strong. Even if such a person was used by them, they would not dare to rest assured. On the other side, Lu Yi and Ing Wuji turned their heads to look in the direction of the yellow cloud. Ing Wuji's expression immediately changed. This movement, it's a zombie horde. When he came to the Wushuang continent, he suffered a great loss at the hands of the zombie horde, so he had some psychological trauma. Especially at this moment, he was not in a good state. Looking at the scale of the zombie horde, it seemed to be more magnificent than the ones he had encountered before. It could be seen that this zombie horde was tyrannical. "Why aren't you running?" Ing Wuji glanced at Lu Yi, only to see Lu Yi looking up at the sky, staring at a certain spot in the sky. Puzzled, he asked, "What are you looking at?" Lu Yi didn't say anything. The strength of his mind made him feel as if he was being spied on. Although he wasn't sure what was going on, he could roughly guess. Inside the secret realm, the people from the Silver Snake Valley were all shocked when they met the deep gaze. He sensed it. Some people found it hard to believe that he could sense the existence of the heavenly reflection mirror. What kind of trick was this young man? Chu Ruoyu's expression also became serious. He had overestimated Lu Ye's strength as much as possible before, but now it seemed that he had still underestimated him. To be able to perceive the divine mirror meant that his mental strength was beyond his imagination. He secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, the mystic realm didn't have any major conflicts with him and fulfilled his requests as much as possible. He was secretly complacent. No matter how strong he was, now that he had alarmed Lin Sun, he was afraid that he would die without a burial place. "Can you run?" Outside the mystic realm, Lu Yi asked faintly after hearing Ing Wuji's urging. "I have to run, even if I can't. How about you carry me?" Ing Wuji looked helpless. He had suffered a lot of torture in the dungeon of Wuyuan City. Although his vitality wasn't greatly damaged, his strength was also damaged. If he wanted to escape, he might not be able to escape. Lu Yi didn't speak. Under Ing Wuji's surprised gaze, he took a step forward. The next moment, the spiritual energy around his body surged, and the fiery, red, spiritual energy spread all over the void. Ing Wuji couldn't help narrowing his eyes and couldn't look directly at it. The rolling and surging spiritual energy seemed to have a mind of its own. It transformed into a clearly visible yin and yang that quickly intertwined and spread out in all directions. Ing Wuji, who was wondering what Lu Yi was doing, suddenly felt his heart skip a beat. A great shock spread all over his body, and he suddenly had the illusion that a fierce beast was about to break out of the cage. The dazzling light slowly converged, and the scene in his field of vision was imprinted in his eyes. This is... Ing Wuji's eyelids suddenly contracted. Looking at it, the spiritual energy surging out of Lu Ye's body was rapidly spreading out, with him as the center, outlining the outline of a huge divine bird. The divine bird was not fully formed, only a rough outline, but its monstrous power made people's hearts tremble. It was hard to imagine what kind of power it would have if it was fully formed. Looking at the divine bird, its body was huge and smooth, with long feathers behind its tail. The unpredictable yin and yang quickly took shape in the body of the divine sense, turning into flesh and blood that filled the body. The spiritual energy surged more and more fiercely. Roar! 30 miles away, the zombie horde that had followed the trail rushed over. As if it had also sensed something, the rolling yellow clouds suddenly sped up at this moment. Within the yellow clouds, the figures of the rotting corpses floated and sank, uncertain. What is this? In the Silver Snake Valley secret realm, a group of cultivators from the 5 great families who were waiting to watch a good show were also shocked. Looking at the fledgling divine bird that suddenly appeared, their eyes were filled with disbelief. Although they were separated by a layer of heaven and earth and couldn't feel the power of the divine bird, just by looking at its size, they could tell that it was definitely a spell that could destroy the heavens and earth. That saber-wielding youth still had such a shocking method? For a time, many people were dripping with cold sweat. Copious spiritual energy flowed out of his body, turning into yin and yang that connected and merged, turning into flesh and blood that filled the divine bird's body, and then the feathers on the divine bird's body began to become vivid. Towering between heaven and earth, endless power filled the air, and the divine bird seemed to have been given life, turning into a living creature. Ingwuji had already retreated more than 10 miles, looking at the fiery red divine bird, muttering, "Fire Phoenix!" He suddenly remembered something. As a cultivator from the War Province, he had also secretly inquired about Luya, and it seemed to have mentioned this spell. In the hunting ground, his cultivation was low, and he was chased by countless Devil Ridge cultivators. In the end, he had no way to escape and was forced to use a golden body token to protect himself. At that time, he seemed to have activated this spell, and in the desperate situation, he killed many Devil Ridge cultivators and became famous in the Cloud River battlefield. But after that, people analyzed that it was very likely the power of a rare treasure. Otherwise, with Lu Yi's cultivation at that time, how could he activate such a powerful spell? And since the hunting ground, it seemed that no one had seen Lu Yi activate this spell again. Until now, when the Fire Phoenix reappeared in the world, its image was clearly reflected in Ingwuji's vision. How could he not understand that this was not the power of a rare treasure at all, but the ability of Lu Yi himself? But, although this spell was strong, it seemed that the time it took to accumulate power was too long. In a real life and death battle with a strong enemy, this spell would not have time to activate. It was also at this moment that Lu Yi had enough time and space to use this technique before the enemy arrived. Wasn't this guy a weapon cultivator? How in the world did he master such a complex and exquisite technique? Ingwuji stared at the intricate patterns that outlined the spell. He knew that even if he spent his entire life, he would never be able to touch the surface of this spell. Moreover, even orthodox Dharma cultivators were only at the 8th level of Cloud River. Even a Kai realm cultivator would not be able to use such a technique. Even a true lake realm cultivator would not necessarily have such a huge heart, spirit, and exquisite control of spiritual power. Lu Yi, what a monster! At this moment, even though he was from a different camp, Ingwuji's heart was stirred. This was the cultivator of the 9 regions. Compared to those dogs in the Silver Snake Valley, how could they be just a little bit stronger? Roar! 10 miles away, a deafening roar came from the rolling horde of zombies. However, compared to the previous roar, the roar this time was obviously more fearful and anxious. Obviously, the zombies controlling the horde of zombies had also realized that something was wrong. If they did not kill the person who cast the spell before it was fully formed, they would definitely be the unlucky one. However, it was already too late. When the yellow cloud that covered the sky with countless zombies approached 5 miles in front of Lu Yi, the Fire Phoenix that was originally condensed in midair suddenly extended its wings and flapped them lightly. At this moment, it seemed to have completely come alive. Screech! The clear and melodious cry of the bird resounded through the sky, and the huge fire the red figure flapped its wings and looked over. Wherever it passed, the scorching heat wave caused the void to distort. The long collar feathers behind its tail dragged out specks of red light, connecting together to form a fiery red belt of light. It was magnificent and magnificent. However, under this incomparably beautiful figure, there was a monstrous, killing intent hidden. The huge yellow cloud that was rushing over suddenly stopped. Under the shocked gazes of Ingwuji and the many Silver Snake Valley cultivators, it turned around and ran. It escaped, Churoyu staggered. He basically could not believe his eyes. That was Lin Sun, one of the most powerful cultivators below corpse commanders. He was a vicious existence that made the 3 great secret realms of the human race avoid him. Someone so powerful actually fled from the divine bird without putting up a fight? However, how could he escape? The wings of the Fire Phoenix flapped steadily, but it was extremely fast. Its huge figure turned into a scorching streak of fire. In just a few seconds, it had caught up to the fleeing horde of zombies. The fiery red figure crashed into the yellow cloud. The collision of yellow and red basically did not cause any ripples at all. It had only been a single clash, and the outcome had been decided. The yellow cloud was burned to nothingness, including the zombies hidden within. They were all reduced to ashes. After the fiery red light receded slightly, it expanded loudly and enveloped a large area of space. It seemed like a rain of zombies had fallen between the heavens and the earth. Only after the blinding red light had dispersed did the scene in the air appear before their eyes. The fire phoenix was gone, and the yellow cloud that swept through the heavens and the earth was gone. There were only two figures standing in the air. A blade-wielding youth had already drawn his blade from its scabbard. A charred corpse that was so charred that its original appearance could not be made out was placed across the corpse's neck. The blade had already sunk 3 inches into the flesh. The charred corpse raised its huge hand and gripped the blade of Mount Wu's blade, making a final struggle. The world seemed to fall silent in that moment. The blade flashed past, and the corpse was decapitated. Chapter 807. Lu Yi sheathed his saber. He raised his eyes and looked somewhere in the sky. Quickly put away the divine mirror. Chu Ruoyu was flustered and hurriedly ordered. The last slash didn't seem to be aimed at Lin Sun, but at his neck. Even if they were separated by heaven and earth, he still had the illusion of a cold-neck dolphin. Beside Chu Ruoyu, the practitioners of the 5 families were all silent. Originally, they wanted to kill with a borrowed knife. Who would have thought that they would see such a terrible scene? A powerful undead like Lin Sun, together with the undead under his command, was burned to a crisp by the Tao of man. Even Lin Sun himself was killed. Such strength, such ferocity. Everyone was glad that the young man with the saber didn't use such a technique in Wuyuan City. Otherwise, the whole city would be in purgatory. Now it seemed that losing their spirit was also good. If they hadn't lost their spirit for a long time, they might have had a fight with the 2 intruders. Although they had offended the 2, as long as they couldn't find the door to the secret realm, they couldn't come in again. Almost everyone couldn't help but have the same thought. They didn't want to meet the young man with the saber again in this life. In midair, Lu Yi withdrew his gaze and quietly stuffed a large number of spirit pills into his mouth. Taking advantage of the moment, he turned around. He swept his gaze in a certain direction and rushed towards Ing Wu Ji. In that direction, 2 figures were hiding. Hong Xian's shock couldn't be calmed down for a long time. The reason why the 2 of them were here was not by chance, but because they had been squatting here and monitoring Lin Sun for some days. They didn't expect to see such a shocking scene because of a competition. "It's all right," one of them said softly. "Yes." The other quickly raised his hand to his mouth. "Be quiet." He felt that the young man with the saber glanced at them when he turned around. How could he dare to be careless in the face of such a fierce person? Seeing Lu Ye's figure going away, he quickly got up. Follow him. In any case, they had to figure out the origin of that person. If they could help him, it would be best. He had killed a powerful zombie like Lin Sun and his subordinates by himself. How could such a talent be buried? Such strength and such a terrifying technique were simply unheard of. They just didn't know which one of the other 2 secret realms he came from. After meeting up with Ing Wuji, Lu Yi led him all the way up. At the same time, he silently activated the Taoist meal to quickly refine the effect of the spiritual pills in his stomach and enhance his strength. Not long ago, he had to do a long preparation to activate the Fire Phoenix spiritual tattoo, and even had to use the spiritual energy in his spiritual storage. But now, with his own spiritual energy reserves, he was barely able to draw the spiritual Taoist spirit tattoo. The time. Without a doubt, this was the benefit brought about by the rapid increase in cultivation. However, the Fire Phoenix spirit was strong. However, if it was used in a life and death battle with a strong opponent, it was still not very suitable. Although Gao Shi's time was greatly reduced, in front of a strong opponent who was on par with him, it was impossible for him to have the opportunity to accumulate power. That was why the situation was like before. The reckless enemies were attacking him from afar, giving him enough time to prepare. But then again, he had several trump cards up his sleeves. They all needed to be stored up. This, blood, and his transformation secret technique. It was not easy to obtain a powerful armor like the Dragon Emperor from the Soaring Dragon Realm, but it was still damaged and could not be used. He wondered how his honored master was doing now. His current cultivation was at the 8th Order Cloud River Realm, and he was not far from the open Cloud River battlefield. Once he left the open Cloud River battlefield, the environment would not be so safe. He might face a life or death crisis at any time. I need to have some life-saving means. Thinking so in his heart, Ingwuji's words rang in his ears. Lu Yi, I, Ingwuji, will remember your life-saving grace. I will repay you in the future. This was the second time Sui Yi had saved his life. The first time was when he was chased by a group of zombies in the Peerless Continent. Lu Ye's void puppet had appeared and saved him. This time, Lu Yi had rescued him from the hands of the 5 great clans in one piece. It would be a lie to say that he was not grateful. But after all, they were on opposite sides. There were many things that were not up to Ingwuji. Just now, he had been immersed in the shock brought by the Fire Phoenix spirit tomb. Wenwen was unable to recover until now. Sincerely expressing his thanks, his face was filled with gratitude. It was just a matter of convenience. Lu Ye's words made Ingwuji feel as if he had swallowed a fly. Even if it was true, there was no need to say it so bluntly. Do I not care about face? But thinking about it carefully, perhaps Lu Yi had saved him in passing. If he wanted to open the Silver Snake Valley Sealed World, he would have to clash with the 5 great families. Taking the hostages of the 5 great families, he would exchange them for Bai Ji. Peng Ingwuji's heart sank as he realized that in front of Lu Yi, Bai Ji, the 16th Order of the Cloud River Realm, was not. Just as he was thinking, Lu Ye's figure suddenly fell down, and a pole array appeared in his hand, shooting it out in all directions, setting up a spirit array at this time. Ingwuji suddenly understood. It seemed that the technique just now must have consumed a lot of Lu Yi's strength, so he urgently needed to restore himself. Soon, the spirit array covering a large area was set up, causing Ingwuji to gasp in amazement. Such speed in setting up a spirit array was something he could never hope to achieve. Hide yourself, Lu Yaha ordered. Ingwuji did not ask why and immediately activated his concealment technique. Immediately afterwards, Lu Yi also disappeared from his field of vision. Behind Emo Zhangcha was Ingwuji, who was hiding in the dark. Suddenly, Ingwuji noticed something strange. It seemed that someone had penetrated the spirit array and, like him and Lu Yi, had concealed themselves and acted quietly. Ingwuji suddenly realized that Lu Yi had not arranged a spirit array here to restore himself, but rather because he had noticed that someone was secretly following them. Was it someone from Silver Snake Valley, or was it someone else? Just as Ingwuji was feeling suspicious, suddenly there was a cry of alarm and 2 figures appeared in his field of vision. At this moment, these 2 people seemed to be pressed down by a colorless mountain, their figures trembling and their spirit chi fluctuating, their expressions difficult. The 2 looked exactly the same, but one of them was wearing blue robes. The other was wearing gray robes, so they should be a pair of playboys. The aura fluctuations coming from each of them were only at the Cloud River Realm 8th Order, but their auras and spirit chi were able to blend together perfectly. The 2 8th Order Masters were like a pair, exuding an imposing aura. It was even stronger than an ordinary 9th Order. What kind of technique is this? Ingwuji stared at Yu Pei in shock. Xian Fa. The expression of the man in blue robes changed. Realizing that this was not a dream, he hurriedly shouted, 2 fellow Taoists! My brother Ro has no intention of harming you. Please show mercy. He was shocked. Bai Ji and his brother had unknowingly fallen into the enemy's spirit array, and now their lives were in the hands of others. What surprised him even more was, how long had it been? The 2 of them had set up a spirit array here. Wasn't this too fast? The other man in gray robes also shouted, "You came to Bai Jidao Palace's secluded world, not some evil people." By Jidao Palace, a voice suddenly appeared. Lu Ye's figure appeared. This was really a coincidence. When Yiji Si was in Silver Snake Valley, he had asked Chu Ruasi about the other Shan clan's secluded world. But Chu Ruasi had no idea. He was having a headache about how to find those two secluded worlds, but who knew that just as he stepped out of Silver Snake Valley, he would run into people from Weitong Palace. With a wave of his hand, the pressure that enveloped the twins suddenly disappeared. The two of them exhaled a breath of white air, and their hearts still had lingering fear. Thinking about how they had been fighting in the dark, they realized that they had actually fallen into the enemy's formation. It turned out that the feeling from before was not an illusion. The enemy had long discovered them and set up a formation here, just waiting for them to walk right into the trap. "You guys really came to Muzi Bo Dao Palace?" She looked at the two people in front of him. "There's nothing to pretend about." The man in green robes clenched his fist. "Shui Wei Dao Palace's Feng Yun Gon greets fellow Daoist." The man in gray robes also hugged GC. "Feng Yun Wanli greets fellow Daoist." The names of these two brothers. Yi Chen Ye's eyes flashed. "Why are you following me?" Feng Yun Qian Li smiled awkwardly. "It's not intentional. It's just that us two brothers were ordered to guard Lin Sun's secluded lion clan. Seeing that fellow Taoist is like a deity descending from the heavens and taking care of Lin Sun and his subordinates, we wanted to make friends with you. If we've caused any misunderstanding, we'll apologize to you immediately." With that said, the two brothers fell to the ground. Although these words were not entirely true, it was true that they were secretly following Lu Yi and Ing Wuji, but it was also true that they wanted to make friends with Lu Yi. "The two of you were ordered to guard Yun Wei Dao Palace's natal food?" Lu Yi was deep in thought. Shui Yi had gathered a lot of information in 5 Element City. Among them, there was naturally the way the 3 great secret realms did things. The 3 great secret realms of the human race. The Silver Snake Valley was the most cowardly and never dared to take the initiative to have any conflicts with the corpse race. When they met the corpse race, they would avoid them as much as possible. They had long lost the courage and vigor to fight against the corpse race. But in contrast, the Purple Myrtle Dao Palace's style was tough. The corpse race of the 2 continents' corpse race was pure and clean. For 1,000 years, Shui Wei Dao Palace had always wanted to get rid of the corpse race. For so many years, they had also been working hard to take the initiative to attack the South Atmosphere factory race. They were also trying to persuade the other 2 great secret realms to join forces. They could only understand that the results were minimal. There was no need to talk about the Silver Snake Valley. They only wanted to guard their old territory. They even had to calculate the location of the door to open the P clan's territory. How could they join forces with the Purple Myrtle Dao Palace to take the initiative to attack? As for the 3rd Shumi Mountain secret realm, Aeyong had always been evasive. When they agreed to join forces with the Purple Myrtle Dao Palace, they did not refuse to drag it out. Their attitude was very national. However, the Jianhao Mountain had also spread the word that if the Silver Snake's name was Lang Yi, they would also join forces. Therefore, the current situation of the Wushuang continent was somewhat cowardly. Only the cultivation kings of the Purple Myrtle Dao Palace secret realm took the initiative to hunt the corpse race. Shumi Mountain was keeping an eye on the Snake Valley, and the Silver Snake's father adhered to the principle of being alone to the end. Chapter 808. Among the 3 secret realms of the Wushuang continent, Lu Yi had seen the Silver Snake Valley and knew he couldn't count on them. However, he had left a backup plan. When the critical moment came, it was impossible for the Silver Snake Valley to stay out of it. As for the other 2, Lu Yi was more inclined to cooperate with the Ziwei Taoist Palace. The practitioners in this secret realm were tough and had the demeanor of the 9 regions. If he could cooperate with them, the situation in the Wushuang continent could be changed. It could be said that the appearance of the brother Wind and Cloud was like someone giving him a pillow when he was sleepy. With many thoughts in his mind, Lu Yi asked, "What's the purpose of monitoring Lin Sun's tomb?" Wind and Cloud looked serious, of course to eradicate this evil. After hearing his explanation, Lu Yi finally understood that the Ziwei Taoist palace had many people like the Feng and Yun brothers who were scattered outside. These people were either in charge of searching for powerful corpse race members or monitoring their movements. When the time was right, the Ziwei Taoist palace would strike like a thunderbolt and exterminate all the corpse race members they had their eyes on. After so many years, the number of corpse clan who died in the hands of the Ziwei Taoist palace was more than 100 or 1,000 times more than the other two secret realms. When they traveled outside, they would occasionally help some human strongholds. Many human strongholds had received their kindness. If the cultivators of the Pure Land organization were to touch them, they would not have a good ending. "May I ask which secret realm you two are from?" The brother Wind and Cloud were very curious. They could be sure that these two people were not from the Ziwei Taoist palace. They had only been out of the secret realm for 2 months. It was impossible for the Ziwei Taoist palace to suddenly have two powerful figures. But could the Silver Snake Valley and Mount Meru cultivate such talents? "We are not from the secret realm." The brother Wind and Cloud were stunned. "If you are not from the secret realm, are you from some stronghold?" Wind and Cloud looked incredible. If the two people in front of them were from the secret realm, they could accept it. Even if they were from the Silver Snake Valley, they were still cultivated by the secret realm. But coming from a stronghold was a bit unbelievable. The human strongholds in the Wushuang continent couldn't even guarantee their survival. How could such strong people be born? Kind of. Lu Yi repeated what he had said to Yuan Xiang, Drunk Mountain, and the others. The Wind and Cloud brothers exclaimed in disbelief. He was even more respectful towards him and Ying Wu Ji's non-existent master. After all, the two of them were already so powerful. How powerful would the master who nurtured them be? So in this world, there really was an unparalleled expert. But earlier I saw a door. 1,000 Miles of Wind Cloud was a little confused. The opening of the gate of Silver Snake Valley was easy to be observed. Otherwise, it would not alarm Lin Sun, who was dozens of miles away. It was because of this that the Wind Cloud brothers were almost certain that Lu Yi and Ying Wuji came from a mystic realm. "I made a trip to the Silver Snake Valley," Lu Yi explained. 1,000 miles, understood. So that's how it is. Suddenly, he seemed to realize something and was filled with righteous indignation. Those cowards deliberately opened the door near Lin Sun's tomb. They are obviously up to no good and want to trap you too. Only then did Ying Wuji wake up from his dream. He thought that the previous encounter was just bad luck, but now it seemed that he had been tricked by the Silver Snake Valley. No wonder, Lu, you left in a hurry without waiting for the door to stabilize. He had already realized this, so he was the only one who was kept in the dark. It seems that the two of you didn't get along well with the Silver Snake Valley. There was a small misunderstanding. 1,000 Miles of Wind Cloud felt Lu Ye's attitude and tried to figure out his thoughts. He made a decision and cupped his fists. "Fellow Taoists, if you don't mind, why don't you come to my Ziwei Taoist palace? The way humans treat their guests is not all like the Silver Snake Valley. If the two of you can come to my Ziwei Taoist palace, I believe the palace master will be very happy." The two people in front of them were very powerful. After the death of their master, they should have intended to seek refuge in the mystic realm. In the end, they had some unhappiness with the Silver Snake Valley and were abandoned by them. They even intended to use Lin Sun to trap them. But the Silver Snake Valley obviously didn't expect the two to be so powerful. They failed to trap Lin Sun and even killed him. The Ziwei Taoist palace was undoubtedly very welcoming to such strong people. If they could rope in the two of them, it would be a happy event for the Ziwei Taoist palace. Junior brother, what do you think? Lu Yi didn't agree directly but looked at Ing Wuji. What can I think? Ing Wuji cursed in his heart. If you want to agree, just agree, directly. What's the point of pretending? But on the surface, he was very respectful. It's all up to senior brother. Lu Yi pondered for a while. Brother Wind and Cloud watched nervously. After a while, Lu Yi made a decision. If so, let's go. The Feng and Yun brothers laughed in unison. Feng Yun Qianli said, Fellow Taoists, don't worry. The Ziwei Daoist Palace will not let you down. Although Feng Yun Qianli was rough, he was very careful. You two have just experienced a great battle. Why don't you rest and recover first? We will set off tomorrow so that you two know that the Ziwei Daoist Palace originally planned to raid Lin Sun's tomb tomorrow. In the mystic realm, many brothers have already prepared. They only need to wait for the mystic realm to wander nearby to open the portal. Now that Lin Sun has been dealt with, it saves us a lot of trouble. Yes. So let's rest today. Tomorrow, we will lead you to the portal. Since they said so, Lu Yi naturally agreed. He had consumed too much spiritual energy. Although he had taken some spiritual pills, he still needed some time to recover. Otherwise, he wouldn't have set up a formation here and waited for the Feng and Yun brothers to enter the trap. Ing Wuji's condition was much worse than his. His injuries had not healed and he really needed to rest. The formation was not removed. Ing Wuji walked to the side and licked his wounds silently. While recovering, Lu Yi casually chatted with the Feng and Yun brothers, inquiring about some information that he didn't know. The Feng and Yun brothers wanted to win him over, so they wouldn't hide anything. Besides, what Lu Yi asked was nothing more than some common sense and didn't involve the secrets of the Ziwei Daoist Palace. However, after this conversation, the Feng and Yun brothers were more and more sure that Lu Yi and Ing Wuji were the kind of inexperienced people. Naturally, they were happy. It was really good luck to pick up such two strong people when they went out to carry out a task. The night was peaceful. The next day, Lu Yi had fully recovered. Although Ing Wuji's injuries had not healed, he was much better than yesterday. When it was almost time, the Feng and Yun brothers led the way, followed by Lu Yi and Ing Wuji. After walking for a short distance, which was near the battlefield yesterday, the Feng and Yun brothers stopped. The Ziwei Daoist Palace had already planned to raid Lin Sun's tomb. They only needed to wait for the mystic realm to wander nearby to carry out the plan. The portal was naturally not far from Lin Sun's tomb. At the same time, the mystic realm of the Ziwei Daoist Palace was connected to the outside world. Many practitioners were waiting for the battle. The leader of the group was a woman dressed as a man. She looked valiant and formidable. Normally, women dressed as men just wanted to hide their feminine characteristics. However, no matter how hard they tried to hide, their natural softness and beauty could not be erased. Although this woman dressed as a man, she didn't mean to hide her identity as a woman. Her beauty was not lacking in firmness. The softness of a woman and the strength of a man were perfectly integrated in her body, especially her eyes, which were as bright as stars and as sharp as an eagle. He was young and looked like he was in his early 20s. However, the qi on his body was extremely dense. He was not any weaker than the experts on the Yunhe list. This woman was Pang Huanin, the current palace lord of the Ziwei Daoist Palace. For thousands of years, there were few women in the Ziwei Daoist Palace who could sit in the position of palace lord, let alone at such a young age. There was only one reason why Pang Huanin could occupy such a high position with such a young body. That was she was strong enough. She had inherited the Ziwei Daoist Palace's style of doing things since ancient times. Although she was a woman, her style was tougher than many men. When dealing with the Corpse Clan, she adhered to the idea of exterminating all of them. It was not the first time that the Ziwei Daoist Palace had targeted the powerful Corpse Clan. Although Lin Sun was strong, it was not to the extent that she, the palace lord, had to deal with him personally. The reason why she came here this time was mainly to observe the strength of the two guests. Just a few days ago, the practitioners of the Ziwei Taoist Palace who were patrolling outside found two powerful practitioners. Seeing them kill the corpse clan like cutting melons and vegetables, they couldn't help but admire them. They went up to them and talked to them. Then they led the two into the Ziwei Taoist Palace. Pang Huanin didn't care about the background of these two people or whether they came from other mystic realms. As long as they could kill the corpse clan, the Ziwei Taoist Palace would accept them as one of their own. After a few days of contact, Pang Huanin also found that the strength of these two people was indeed not to be underestimated. But what made her feel strange was that these two people claimed that they didn't come from other mystic realms, but they didn't seem to be from some stronghold. This was because Pang Huanin could clearly sense that although the two of them were polite when dealing with people, there was an indescribable pride in their bones. Just like herself, such people generally came from extraordinary backgrounds. But in the current situation of the Wushuang continent, if they didn't come from those two mystic realms, how noble could their backgrounds be? Although there were many doubts about these two people, Pang Huanin also adhered to the principle of not using people she didn't trust. This time, she came here mainly to see how they would perform, because the people who led them to the Ziwei Taoist Palace highly praised their strength. "Palace Lord, we're here." An old man stepped forward and bowed. "Do we need to activate the sky reflecting mirror first?" "No, Lin Sun's strength is extraordinary. If we activate the sky reflecting mirror, he may sense it and open the door directly." "Yes." The old man answered, bowed, and left to preside over the opening of the door. Many practitioners of the Ziwei Taoist Palace who were waiting here immediately activated their spiritual power secretly. In front of these practitioners, an unruly man holding a spear licked his lips and was full of fighting spirit. Beside him, another man in green clothes with a condensed breath also had a faint smile on his face. He didn't seem to care about the upcoming battle at all, and even looked forward to it. Chapter 809. They were Lu Qing of the Myriad Laws Pavilion and Feng Ruli of the Lingyun sect. Their luck was undoubtedly much worse than Lu Yi and Ing Wuji's. Not long after coming to the Wushuang continent, they met. Both of them belonged to the Myriad Demon's Ridge. Even though Song Shanghan had a one-night stand, they had a natural closeness to each other. Later, they worked together to investigate the situation of this world. During this period, they encountered some corpses and fought many battles. The nearby patrolling cultivators of the Ziwei Taoist Palace noticed them and came to talk to them. Then they were led into the Ziwei Taoist Palace. In these few days, the two of them slowly understood the general situation of this world. They also had some guesses as to why Tianji of the 9 continents would send them, who were ranked highly on the Cloud River battle ranking list, to such a place. Hearing that the Ziwei Taoist Palace was going to raid Lin Sun's tomb, they couldn't hold back and took the initiative to ask for help. Coming from the top sects of the 9 states, the pride in their bones couldn't be concealed even if they didn't deliberately show it. Brother Feng, the palace lord of the Ziwei Taoist Palace, probably wants to see our strength with her own eyes. "Don't hide your strength," Lu Qing said softly beside Feng Ruli. Feng Ruli grinned. "Don't worry. I won't let her harm us, 9 states, cultivators. But we still can't be careless. I heard that Lin Sun is a type of corpse and has killed a lot of corpses. Later, you and I will work together. I will find a way to make Lin Sun reveal his weakness, and you can kill him." Feng Ruli nodded and gently stroked the long spear in his hand. Spiritual light flashed on the spear, and his eyes were cold. "I will never underestimate any enemy." At this moment, a voice shouted, "The door is open!" Feng Ruli moved and rushed toward the door with unparalleled momentum. Lu Qing, who was half a body's length behind him, followed closely behind. Many cultivators from the Ziwei Dao Palace saw this and praised them in their hearts. Regardless of whether these two were as powerful as they were rumored to be, just their courage to face the corpse clan without fear was a sign that they were of the same origin as the Ziwei Dao Palace. After the two, The well-prepared cultivators of the Ziwei Taoist palace stepped through the door and rushed out of the secret realm. Palace Lord, an old man beside Pang Huanin bowed slightly. Let's go. Let's see if our two guests are really brave. As he spoke, he clasped his hands behind his back and took a few steps to the door. Then his heroic figure passed through the door. His vision changed, but the expected battle did not break out. The many cultivators who had rushed out of the secret realm were scattered in the air, and their spiritual weapons were at a loss in their hands. Pang Huanin frowned slightly. She suddenly had a bad feeling. Did Lin Sun sense the danger and run away in advance? Otherwise, why was there no movement at all? What surprised her even more was the reaction of the two guests. At this moment, the two of them were both looking in a certain direction. The arrogance they had displayed even in front of her, the master of the secret realm, had completely vanished. Pang Huanin even sensed a hint of restraint from the two of them. What did he see? Pang Huanin followed their gazes and saw a pair of twins flying over. When they got close, they cupped their fists respectfully and said, 1,000 miles of wind and cloud, 1,000 miles of wind and cloud. Greet the palace lord. Pang Huanin nodded. She recognized that the two of them were her people who were in charge of checking Lin Sun's tomb. She asked, where did Lin Sun go? 1,000 miles of wind and cloud replied, Lin Sun is dead. Pang Huanin raised her eyebrows and asked in surprise, who did it? In the current Wushuang continent, Lin Sun's strength was only below that of the corpse commanders. In the current Wushuang continent, apart from the Ziwei Taoist palace, there were only two other secret realms that had the strength to take him down. However, would those two really dare to take the initiative to attack Lin Sun? Or did something happen that forced them to confront Lin Sun? It's Lu Ye over there. Fellow Taoist, Lu did it. 1,000 miles of wind and cloud turned around and pointed in the direction of Lu Ye. Only then did Long Huanin notice the remnants of the battlefield from yesterday. She looked around and saw that a large area was filled with scattered pieces of charred corpses. Not far away, there was a head with eyes wide open and rotting flesh. Who else could it be but Lin Sun? Judging from the expression on his face before he died, he seemed to have seen an extremely shocking scene. The corpse clan was an undead. They were not afraid of anything. What could possibly frighten them? Behind Pang Huanin, the old man asked, are you saying that just the two of them killed Lin Sun? How unbelievable was this? Even if the Ziwei Taoist palace wanted to deal with Lin Sun, they would have to send all their elites. After all, Lin Sun was a zombie. He had a huge group of zombies under his command. 1,000 miles of wind and cloud shook his head and said, Elder Shao, the one who killed Lin Sun, is only fellow Taoist Lu Ye. Even though the old man had seen many storms, he couldn't help but gasp at this moment. He looked straight at 1,000 miles of wind and cloud with an expression that said, don't joke with me. Killing Lin Sun alone? He didn't even dare to think about it. Moreover, judging from the remnants of the battlefield, that person not only killed Lin Sun, but also wiped out the huge group of zombies under his command. It seemed that the person used an earth-shattering fire element spell. Who are these two people? Elder Shao asked in surprise. 1,000 miles of wind and cloud told him what he knew about Lu Yi and Ying Wuji. Hearing this, Pang Huanin's expression changed. Subconsciously, she looked at Lu Qing and Feng Ruli. A strong sense of deja vu welled up in her heart. They didn't come from secret realms, but their strength was incomparably strong. How similar were these two to the previous two? Palace Master, could it be that these four people? Elder Shao had some doubts in his heart. Pang Huanin raised her hand slightly and said, just watch. Her phoenix-like eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a sense of scrutiny. However, her mind was more focused on Lu Yi. Because of Lu Qing and Feng Ruli's sudden restraint, she realized something. Looking at Lu Qing and Feng Ruli, who came out of the Ziwei Taoist palace, Lu Yi was both surprised and not surprised. 9 people were sent here by Tianji of the 9 states. So far, he had only seen Ingwuji. He didn't know the whereabouts of the others. But among the 9 people, except for Hua Xiai, the others were all powerful. They were bound to stir up a storm in the small, broken world. Ziwei Daoist Palace was very enthusiastic about the experts who dared to fight against the zombie clan. Many of their men were scattered outside. Therefore, as long as the cultivators from the 9 states were discovered by the Ziwei Daoist Palace, the 2 sides would definitely cross paths. That was how he and Ingwuji became acquainted with the brother Wind and Cloud. Therefore, before this, he guessed that there might be someone who entered the Daoist Palace before them. What made him slightly disappointed was that it was not giant armorer Hua Xiai, but Lu Qing and Feng Ruli. Their gazes met in midair. Lu Qing and Feng Ruli were a little embarrassed. They came out aggressively, wanting to show off in front of the Ziwei Daoist Palace. But they found that their original target had been taken care of, and Lu Ye had appeared in front of them. Even facing Pang Huanin, the palace master, they didn't care much. But no one dared to ignore Lu Ye. The atmosphere became strange. It was Ingwuji who broke the silence. He stood beside Lu Yi and laughed. He shouted at Lu Qing, "4th senior brother, so you're here." "What 4th senior brother?" Lu Qing's expression fell. Ingwuji looked at Feng Ruli. "6th senior brother is here too." "How nice." Feng Ruli was speechless, but he didn't know what to say, so he just nodded. The 2 of them were smart enough to understand that Ingwuji's ranking was based on the Cloud River Contest's ranking list. Lu Qing was 4th on the list, so he was the 4th senior brother. Feng Ruli was 6th, so he was the 6th senior brother. But according to this ranking, wouldn't Lu Ye be? While thinking about this, Lu Ye took a step forward and looked at the 2 of them indifferently without saying a word. Lu Qing and Feng Ruli suddenly felt as uncomfortable as if they had eaten dead meat. On the other side, Pang Huanin looked at Lu Qing and Feng Ruli for a while, then at Lu Yi and Ingwuji. She felt that the atmosphere between these brothers was not so harmonious. However, Lu Qing and Feng Ruli, who were proud and arrogant, were so cautious. Moreover, he had killed Lin Sun by himself. How strong was this guy named Lu Yi? "Are you dumb?" Lu Ye said softly. Behind him, Endless Shadow's forehead was dripping with cold sweat. He had only wanted to smooth things over and ease the atmosphere, so he had casually made the order. But now, even he realized that something was wrong. Lu Ye seemed to be a little bit excited. Wasn't he pushing himself into the fire pit? In the subtle atmosphere, Lu Qing seemed to understand something. With relief on his face, he cupped his fists respectfully and said, "Greetings, senior brother." Not to mention that Lu Ye was so powerful that it was not good to have any conflict with him here. Besides, Lu Ye was probably the only one who knew the purpose of 9 regions, sending them here. So in any case, they couldn't fall out with him. It was just a senior brother. They wouldn't lose anything. The corner of Feng Ruli's eyes twitched slightly. He sighed in his heart and could only salute, "Greetings, senior brother." He glared fiercely at Ingwuji behind Lu Yi and cursed in his heart. "Lackey! Traitor!" Ingwuji understood the meaning in his eyes and was full of grievances. Since ancient times, it was always a joyous occasion for brothers to recognize each other, but there had never been such a strange atmosphere like today. The Wind and Cloud brothers were stunned. Lu Yi had told them that they came from a small stronghold. After their master passed away, he and his junior brother left that place. However, he did not mention anything about a 4th junior brother or a 6th junior brother. According to this arrangement, wouldn't there be at least 6 of them? Were all of them so powerful? In the strange atmosphere, Pang Huanin stepped out and looked at Lu Yi. "Fellow Taoist, Lu killed Lin Sun and eradicated a disaster for our human clan. It's really a great blessing for our human clan. Since you are the senior brother of fellow Taoist Lu and fellow Taoist Feng, you are not an outsider. Please come into the secret realm and let me play host." Lu Yi didn't refuse. Thank you for your hospitality.